primary author of the famous, which actually transforms, makes Gandhi in political thought more widely, to understand how bhikkhus
multiculturalism. And of course, and even we think whose work over a period of time throughout two ideas which I found very, very important in the culture.
Residual concern is, a relatively familiar one, that religious schools may close children's minds. When students are inducted into a religion at school as well as at home, there's a worry that they will become unable to imagine abandoning their faith, or it will become very costly emotionally for them to do so. In that way, their horizons will be unduly narrowed, potentially stunting their personal growth, and making it hard for them to find a life in which they can flourish. Put more philosophically, we might think that children have a right to an open future, and that there's a serious danger that religious schools will violate that right. In response to this worry, it might be said that provided religious schools are regulated and inspected, and required to teach a curriculum that introduces their students to other cultures and faiths in a respectful manner, then this danger is not very great. I think that's BHIKHU's view. But I'm not sure we should be quite so sanguine about the effects of schools that teach in a religiously directive way, even if they are constrained in the way in which they can do so. More radically, it might be questioned whether it's so bad for children to have their minds closed in various ways, for certain options to be taken off the table, so to speak. It might be thought that personal autonomy is always necessarily constrained in one way or another by our cultural or religious heritage, and that that's good because it protects us against feelings of rootlessness and potentially provides us with a more secure sense of belonging. This too may be BHIKHU's view. Again, this response has considerable force, but I do think there's value in possessing the capacity to subject each of our inherited beliefs and commitments to critical scrutiny, and to be able to abandon any of them in circumstances when we're struggling to flourish in the ways of life in which we've been brought up. So I don't think we should resist this worry about religious schools closing children's minds by casting doubt on the value of a form of personal autonomy that enables us to question our deepest commitments. Finally, we might think that the best solution to this worry about closing children's minds is to retain schools with a religious character, but forbid them from teaching directively about religion. I'm very sympathetic to this response. It in effect says, by all means have schools with a religious ethos, whose religious values affect their general atmosphere, their codes of conduct, and what additional subjects are taught as part of the curriculum. But don't permit such schools to try and enrol their students in their religion. That's most of what I wanted to say in relation to BHIKHU's remarks about multiculturalism and religious schools, but just one further thought. We should also recognise that there are additional reasons that I've not mentioned and that BHIKHU doesn't mention, at least in Rethinking Multiculturalism, for allowing schools that have a religious character and indeed publicly funding them. Namely, that they can provide a safe space for children from religious families, free from bullying that's motivated by religious or racial prejudice. In my view, this argument produces a particularly powerful case for the public funding of Muslim schools that provide protection against Islamophobia and Jewish schools that provide protection against anti-Semitism. So where does this leave us? I'm in agreement with BHIKHU that an adequate and just educational system in our multicultural society should permit, and at least, in my view, publicly fund schools with a religious character, provided that it regulates them. But I would also propose that as part of this regulatory regime, religious schools that are publicly funded should be prohibited from teaching directively, and measures should be adopted to make them more diverse, including a cap on the proportion of places that can be allocated on the basis of religious criteria, and a diversity premium to encourage schools to be welcoming to a multiplicity of cultural and religious groups. But what about private religious schools? How at all should they be regulated in the light of the concerns we might have about them? I think they should be permitted to teach directively, but only if they provide a balanced curriculum and introduce their students to other religions in a respectful manner, in order to reduce the risk of them closing children's minds. And I don't think BHIKHU would disagree. I would add that in Britain at least, they might even be encouraged to teach non-directively by making their tax-exempt charitable status conditional on doing so. That seems justifiable since charitable status should depend on serving the public good, which in my view requires respecting children's interests in an open future.
Thank you very much. Can we bring Gurpreet back?
Yes. How was the question?
There.
Yeah.
Well, we've heard three very interesting papers, and we're open, I should say the speakers are open to questions. I have, if I might begin, with one for all three of you, because I think there's a way in which, albeit superficially, all these papers are rehearsing a similar problem, which is that of distinctions. So they all make distinctions, but in a way I wonder whether the problem rehearsed in each paper is about the impossibility of maintaining those distinctions. So if I begin with you, Gurpreet, you really made a powerful case about multiculturalism as a way of life rather than a set of policy prescriptions dictated by a government. I agree with you entirely, but do you think that the problem emerges precisely because or when these two realms overlap, that they are unable to maintain a distinct nature? So for instance, we were discussing this, Colin, BHIKHU and I last night over dinner. The language of rights, which requires recourse to the state for enforcement, comes to be used very largely in, let's say, multiculturalism as a way of life, but not perhaps the language of duty. And BHIKHU there was referring to Gandhi in particular, who privileged duties over rights, so that moral duties are things that belong to their agents. They are not there to be enforced by, they cannot be enforced by any state. They're not part of political prescriptions. They're about society, how a life is lived. Which made me think that, if you will, there's a constant danger that multiculturalism as a form of policy overrides or moves into multiculturalism as a form of life, and that creates a certain kind of problem, which is not just one of distinction, though I'm describing it that way. For Varun, I just thought majority and minority and how they might live at ease with each other. There too, looking at the Indian, recent Indian history, what's fascinating, of course, is that already from the 1920s and 30s, if not earlier, Indian thinkers are constantly making this claim that a would-be electoral definition of groups, statistically, by their number, majority and minority, is being confused with the social status of those groups, that it is impossible to maintain the difference, the distinction between groups as they exist in society, which should not necessarily be understood statistically, each with their own rights, but rather understood morally, let's say. And that there's a constant confusion to the degree that the problem of majority and minority in India was understood as being the problem that statistical and changeable majorities and minorities in a democratic society were frozen into social majorities and minorities that were permanent. So there too, I think this question of distinction comes through. And Andy, religious school, again going back to India, where the situation is rather different, and this is not only true in India. So as many of you might know, the Indian, but also Pakistani, Bangladeshi, etc., middle and upper middle classes tend to be educated in Christian institutions, though they are either Hindu or Muslim. They prefer Jesuit institute. I went to a Jesuit school, even though there were Muslim schools, and there were, if you will, Hindu schools, and there were schools of this kind that belonged to these communities. But our parents sent us deliberately to Jesuit schools. And I think the wide variety of Jesuit and other Christian schools all over India, all over South Asia for that matter, is completely out of sync with the actual number of Christians, that you might have many schools with no Christians at all, and yet they are faith schools. So that makes for a completely different kind of situation. And I'm sure there are many reasons for that, and not only ones of quality, because the children are not necessarily being sent to these schools in order to learn difference or to appreciate difference, though it's the very difference of these schools that makes them attractive for parents. And these might be family values type of, so if you look at Muslims in France today, the likelihood of conservative Muslims sending their children to Catholic institutions is very high. They don't go to Muslim schools, they go to Roman Catholic schools. So there is something that's understood as being shared there, but there's also a difference which is crucial. And I just wanted to ask, why do you think this country doesn't see that kind of, or might it see that kind of shift, where it's a difference that does act as a value, and religious schools are not simply for members of particular religious communities? I don't know if those don't require any answers. I just wanted to, yes, Rajiv.
I have a question for Varun, and indirectly to BHIKHU.
Sure.
I won't ask you, but
Oh God.
no, I think so I'm very attracted by the idea that it's not just the minority, but also the majority that has to be at ease with the other. So I think that's to have been for a society to be flourishing and harmoniously. I think this is absolutely crucial. However, in most current contexts, the ease among the minorities is manufactured. We are living in a context where there is a huge kind of flow in one direction of religious hatred. There's religious persecution, I mean, both communal, but it could also be white racism. And so there is no, generally it's the minorities that are on the back foot.
That's right.
And facing this offensive. And in this context, to talk about somehow making the majority at ease sounds, like hitting the wrong button. So I wonder whether there are contexts in which one would have to pay more attention to the unease among the minorities.
Sure.
And that is exactly what multiculturalism would demand. In order to create a mutual unease, you have to pay attention to the much greater unease among the minorities. So I wonder if you have any response to that.
Sure.
Yes.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think this fantastic panel. I might not know how the genealogy of ideas, but I just talk about one productive tension which I talked about in Gurpreet and Varun's. I think this was about the finding the Archimedean point. I think to my understanding, I think Gurpreet's point was, I think I read it more in terms of democratizing political theory. When you move to the former register of dialogue to conversations, I think you're just taking from lived ideas. maybe it's a term, or and then you just bring it to the level of, I think, theorizing it from the lived experiences. On the other hand, when we're talking about presupposition as biases, and then we're coming to that point, and so I was just wondering, is how does that plays out when we're talking about multiculturalism? How do we situate the Archimedean point through conversation into the lived experiences, or do we just distance in the name of creative? I think coming to that point where from which you can philosophize, where there's no presupposition, are we just erasing some of the critical thinking which are coming out from the discussions?
Yes.
I would like to say that there's a lot of support for the conceptions which have been developed by BHIKHU. In the days of the Germans, the Frankfurt School on Toleration, Weber, Faust, and all these people, but they've said respectful toleration versus conditional toleration. So they make a distinction where the views of a minority is just tolerated out of compulsion, and a respectful toleration where it is like on the basis of equality and generalized reciprocity and also. I think there's a lot of philosophical support for BHIKHU's position from the post-Malthusian things of the Frankfurt School.
Great. Do we want, Gurpreet, do you want to begin, perhaps? Hang on, we can't hear you, you're muted.
Thank you for all those observations, and I think one needs to think about it a little bit more than what I can at this time. I'm not sure, Faisal, I understood the entirety of what you were saying, particularly in terms of rights and duties, and I think I have some idea of what BHIKHU has in mind, and so I'm going to leave that aside. I want to suggest in some ways that there are many ways in which we could think about multiculturalism, and certainly some kinds of policy initiatives which allow you to live your life in accordance with your beliefs is necessary. And they may require something more than abstract, the basic kind of rights which liberal democratic constitutions provide. So I'm not saying, but I just wanted to emphasize that maybe we need something more than just that. So there will always be an element of some kinds of multicultural conditions which are conducive to living in accordance with your way of life, call it policy or whatever. These may not be strongly understood in terms of minority rights, but certainly certain enabling conditions which allow you to live in accordance with that. But I also think that there is some value to be added in moving away from merely thinking about multiculturalism as a theory of group differentiated citizenship and minority rights, to thinking in terms of exactly this sort of question: how do we minimize the biases with which I begin, or the stereotypes with which I begin to have my first encounter with somebody who's extremely different. And if those things, I'm socialized, I'm brought up with that idea, and very few people will say, I'm going to just bracket that out and put it aside. Most of the time, we will have to think in terms of ways in which I begin actually to reach a point which I can say, open myself, as it were, to treating or to the other, or treating them with respect, and so on and so forth. So I think that is where I thought a lot of what I find these key ideas in BHIKHU's thinking, pushing me to say, well, that's how we might possibly minimize our own ideas with which I've grown up. I'm in society with which I have imbibed how I think about myself and my distinction from the other, and so on, and perhaps begin to be in a way which is more easy, less demanding, to be open to the other. And I'm very attracted to that way of thinking also about multiculturalism as a disposition, because that allows me, as I said, to think about life, think about what I do as a political theory teacher, and so many other avenues.
Thanks.
I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Gurpreet. Varun?
So one way of thinking about the questions is that there's a normative question from Rajiv, a conceptual one from you, and an epistemological one from you. And these are big areas. I'm going to try and do it as deftly as I can do, but please bear with me. Rajiv, you're absolutely right. I'll start with the normative. But I would add something to the context you were describing. The context is one of majority nationalism, fear of immigration, various scholars applying Will's work on minority rights to majority rights, saying just like minorities have a right to culture, majority do too. In this context, BHIKHU's work, the early work that I was referring to, was forged in a context of fear of immigration, majority nationalism here in England. And it talks about a majority and minorities being at ease with one another. Not just a majority being at ease as you described it, but a majority and a minority being at ease with one another. So a majority being at ease with minorities means not just in, for example, Leah Vorgard or Kuhn, just their rights being protected, for example, but they must be at ease with the differences that minorities bring, not so threatened by them. And there's a constraint there. Minorities must also be at ease with the majority. I think in BHIKHU's neglected works, there's a vision that can speak to majorities and minorities being at ease with one another. And that kind of vision is a distinctly multicultural vision that can undercut some of these arguments about majority rights, because it's not just about a majority being at ease. Minorities must be at ease with the majority too. Okay? So I don't think I'm hitting the wrong nail. I think I'm hitting both of them at the same time, using BHIKHU, of course. But that presupposes that there is such a thing as a majority. And you're absolutely right. In some of the debates I've been talking about, a cultural majority is conflated with a numerical majority. I don't think any census can count all of the cultural traits of a majority group and say, look, this guy's a majority. I don't think that. And even if you could, they wouldn't necessarily vote together. I don't think BHIKHU adequately focuses on what a majority is, but I do think I can reconstruct from his different works what he thinks a majority is. And it isn't an ineliminably numeric category. Cultural majorities in, for example, England or France or wherever else are often, their traits are often not only ubiquitous, but socially dominant, and then they become politically dominant. Their ideas seep unquestioned into legislation and policy. This ubiquity, social and political dominance, is what causes us to sometimes think of them as a majority, because they're everywhere and they're powerful. Majority then is not used in an exact way, it's an inexact way, but it captures what a lot of people are thinking. The epistemological question, the hardest one of all. I think only BHIKHU can answer such a question so well, but I'll try. I think these mini Archimedean points that BHIKHU talks about, where you step out of your position and try and enter sympathetically another person's worldview, and try to say, well, look, how does this policy look from the perspective of minorities? What would it mean for them? How would it affect them? I think it presupposes BHIKHU's perspective, the multicultural perspective that I began with. And that's, in my opinion, BHIKHU's greatest gift, that he defends that multicultural perspective. Once you have it, you also have access to those mini Archimedean points. I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Thanks very much. So it was very interesting to hear your reflections on, the very different role of religious schools within the Indian educational system. I think it's true, that you're drawing attention to the way in which religious schools can play a very different role in very different educational systems. And even within the same educational system, I think within the UK, the Church of England schools are rather different, say, from Catholic schools and Muslim schools, and the very small number of Hindu and Sikh schools. I still think that what's troubling, certainly in the UK context, is the way in which religious schools sort of siphon off religious students from the rest of the educational system, and they make the remaining schools kind of less diverse, and that's what really troubles me about them. So although I think that some of the concerns could be ameliorated by making individual religious schools more diverse in the way that they are in India, I still worry that you're effectively removing students from the remainder of the educational system and making the rest of the educational system kind of less diverse. But kind of fascinating to hear that, about your experience and the experience of other people, Indian people who've kind of had their educational experience within religious schools and in a different denomination to the one that they were perhaps being raised at home. I mean, clearly that reduces the risk of closing children's minds, I think, if you're being exposed to different kind of perspectives within the same school. But still, the worry is that, I think, certainly in the British context, is the way in which it makes the remaining schools much less diverse than they would otherwise be. But thank you. Yeah.
Well, yes, John.
I wanted to say something which is, I think, responsible. Maybe coming from a rather different angle. And it's just a train of thought here, which I thought might be helpful. Let's say, I think, following consensus in that, let's say that the social good is a society completely at ease, all members of which are at ease with all other members of which, a society of wall-to-wall ease. Well, obviously there is certainly not many societies like that. Now, I rather doubt whether there have been. I'm absolutely certain there's no danger of their coming to be. So, I mean, that is a very strong idealization. What happens if you introduce the idea of time into thinking? Well, it seems to me that in a necessarily partially uneasy society, time T, the problem of the social good and the political good, and certainly the economic good, has a particular structure to it. And structure is the problem of containing unease over time within a particular bounded society. Sometimes the only way it can be contained is by splitting the society. This is a Hobbesian way of thinking. But of course, if you think about the problem over time, not at time t, but stretching long way ahead, then it becomes very, very clear how crucial the problem of diminishing unease over time is a problem of education. It isn't a problem of law and police, which the first one has to be. We shouldn't say mention it, it's just the bottom line. But it becomes very obvious that schools are actually a fundamental institution, and there are probably other sorts of institutions too, which I'm not definitely categorical way, but I'm sure there are other ones. The schools in modern states are obviously crucial because all modern states have public schools. It's a feature of a modern state. And so the question of how to format education in those in a way in which it does actually diminish unease over time, I think that's probably not a problem which will be thought about decisively through the categories of rights and duties. The duties are a much harder category to get to work thinking about problems of character-organisation. Duties are, as it were, alleged for the most part, rather than directly and imperatively experienced. So, whereas rights at least can have a public structure to them. And I wonder how much difference it would make did split, as it were, time in that way between the present and how the present is to be minimally coped with the matter and the least bad, and the question of how one can hope practically over time in particular social space.
Thank you. Tani?
I just want to share my experience of working in a madrasa in Aligarh. It's called Madrasa Chacha Nehru. It has a gurdwara, a church, a temple and a mosque in its premises. The children, the teachers, the school itself is pretty happy with this carnival of festivities all the time. But the community elders, all of them are equally unhappy saying, why did you have the other three? So it's often just the community elders that are creating the problem, and the BHP of course jumped into it and accused them of conversion and all that sort of trouble.
Thank you.
Factual abuse.
John's question strikes me as one for Andy and me. I don't want to presume. Andy, do you want to
And
start?
Gurpreet, of course,
And
if you
Gurpreet,
want. Yeah.
I don't think I have very much to say about it. I mean, I agree with what John's saying, is that, you know, reducing or minimising unease is not something that can necessarily be achieved by sort of internalising duties or by a structure of rights. You know, it is going to be about a more kind of general education, which means, you know, which reduces the amount of threat people experience as a result of encountering difference, for example. And I think, you know, a multicultural education has a kind of, you know, an important role to play there, and BHIKHU's, you know, done some important work explaining what the character of a multicultural education would be. But I think it does come down to personal encounters, often unstructured, between people who belong to different kind of socially salient groups. I mean, there needs to be some political structure at the back of it, of rights, and I think some conception of duties too. But as John said, I think it's going to go beyond that. It can involve, you know, people learning ways of interacting with others who are different from their own, different from them. So I think that's all I have to say.
So, Professor Dunn, thank you very much first. I guess what I would say is something like this. First, it is quite right that BHIKHU is sketching an ideal, and in different places I've called it a social ideal. And because it's a social ideal, it is perhaps something that's very hard to reach, but it's an ideal that strikes me as forcing governments to work in the right direction and to mitigate some of the majority nationalism and fear of immigration that you currently see in different countries. But I would also say that because it's a social ideal, it also does force us, as you rightly say, to not focus on policing or rights, but on things that do influence the social, and education is key, as you rightly note. And here, because we're talking about BHIKHU's work, I think BHIKHU's own conception of multicultural education is probably crucial to delivering that ideal. And in different places, BHIKHU talks about how a curriculum must of course teach a dominant culture and dominant language, its history and so on, as a society, but at the same time it can expose students to different cultures, encourage them to take up the position of, for example, a minority group or a person from another society, to try and cultivate the perspective that I was referring to. And I think in doing so, it does help to generate majority groups who are less uneasy about the differences that minorities bring, but also minority groups who are less uneasy about sharing themselves and their viewpoints, their beliefs in the public realm, and also minorities who are less uneasy about the majority as well, less fearful. So I do think that BHIKHU's ideal offers us something, and I do think that BHIKHU's own conception of multicultural education helps us to achieve at least some of his ideal. I don't think I have much more to say on that.
Gurpreet, any comments?
Because that in itself will influence even the core elements of education, which in the long run, I would agree, would make a crucial kind of difference. And I'll leave it at that. I won't get into the elders because I was going to say one of the reasons why people send children to some kinds of religious schools are of course, that they are themselves less observant and they want nevertheless some idea of that culture to be imparted, so they send them for some kinds of observances. But the other really is in terms of the kind of continuous kind of misunderstanding and therefore, I wouldn't say bullying, but teasing that happens, and children are particularly ill-equipped for that. And I think in terms of Charles Taylor and Gerard Bouchard's report in Canada, where they'd have to think in terms of separate prayer rooms and, space to wash your feet and not have feet dipping into the sinks or, in the common washrooms, etc., etc. Actually, none of those issues really arise, because if you are a strong observer and believer and want that for your children, then you do have a place which is a religious school which allows for those observances, so that the pressure on others is a little less. Maybe they're not going to be exposed to that, but I think that's part of the socializing process of people and parents making that choice. Maybe they'll be exposed to it at home and in other places, or when they go for these special observances and on festivals, etc. So those children may also be exposed, but parents feel less worried about that. So I think it's a complicated story. If you force them to have to visit all the different places that parents may have, but if you just expose them to certain kind of recitation or whatever, certain kind of milder forms of observance, and I think even the elders then seem to have less of a problem. But I'm generalizing there. But I think somewhere in attitude, a multicultural perspective, and that attitude somehow has to proceed, even if the general education has to do its job well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, clearly a lot more can be said on any of these subjects, but we're already running late. So, and I don't want to impose on our speakers any longer. So please join me in thanking all our three speakers. And we can begin right away with the next panel. If Yasmin and Matthew can please join me here.
Is Tom online? He's not online, he's just sent a video.
Oh, okay, right. Hi.
Hello.
I need to take the census.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, whatever works.
Hi.
How are you doing? So nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you for asking me.
Just a bit special pressing play on this. Should we go and start with it?
Yeah. start with him.
Do I sit here?
Please, yeah.
There?
Wherever you like.
I don't need a machine starter.
So we'll begin with the recording.
And do we
Tom
have a
Brooks
mic?
was called to number 10 today, so he couldn't come here, but he's very generously made a recording of his remarks, which we shall play. So we'll have to spend a bit out of order. We'll begin with him, and then we'll move on to Yasmin.
Friends and colleagues, I hope that folks can hear me on this recording and this technology. You know, we Hegelians, struggle with some of these things. So hopefully the Ala Minerva hasn't taken flight yet. Hi, I'm Tom Brooks, and firstly, my apologies to everyone. I was desperately keen to be there with everyone today. One, because a lot of you, as I've seen on the program, are old friends that I've known for a long time, pretty much from the start of my career, in the case of probably most of you, and not least BHIKHU, my guru himself. But right now, I'm going to be at a different meeting happening at this very moment that I couldn't get out of, and so I thought, well, I would certainly be there in spirit, if not in person, and so Faisal very kindly said I could fire this a few comments across, and I'm very grateful to contribute in my own small way. I wanted to say a few words about BHIKHU on this wonderful celebration. I'm sure it can't be true that he's 90, but Jedi masters, have can deceive us in their age. But even if they not in the depth of their wisdom. So I wanted to say a few words about kind of the connection I've had with BHIKHU, and then say a few thoughts about his work relating to multiculturalism that will be very well known to everyone. And again, very sorry I can't be with you. BHIKHU came into my life, and I suppose I came into his through a kind of serendipity, which is where a lot of the great things happen. It's probably how I connected in one way or another with many of the people today, through kind of chance and opportunity and the great fortune that has often shines on many of us. When I came to Britain as a foreigner from the United States, I certainly had no intention of, at that time, becoming a British citizen and being interested in citizenship issues was probably the furthest thing from my mind when I came here. I came to study philosophy, and that's what my PhD was in. Opportunity arose in Newcastle when Simon Caney left for a place there, as my father was correct to say there were no jobs in philosophy. And I've never been in a philosophy department since, or really wanted to be. But when I came to Newcastle, it was the national headquarters at the time of the Political Studies Association. I had not at all been a student of British political things, and I had never thought of knowing anyone involved in British politics. Of course, I was interested in that kind of thing, but it never really crossed my mind that I would get to know anybody in that sphere and that world. Completely alien and foreign to me, is I thought I had understood things in America at that time, and it wasn't something on my radar. But when I came to Newcastle in 2004, Political Studies Association being there, I've been encouraged to, within a year or so, to put myself forward for the executive board of the PSA, and did, and lucky to get in. And my very first thing that John Bennion and John Tong and the powers that be, who were in charge at that time, the very first thing they did for me, to me, matter of perspective, was put me on an awards and prizes subcommittee, where I had virtually nothing to do except to attend the awards and prizes event, which was a lot of fun, and before that to attend the meeting deciding the awards and prizes. And what was thrilling for this in about 2005, 2006, 2006 I think was when this happened, was the meeting was in the House of, one of the committee rooms of the House of Lords. I had never been to Parliament before. I think I'd only been to London a handful of times before that. I mean, literally, I could count them on one hand by that time. And kind of an utterly new world. And our host was BHIKHU. And I met Raymond Plant there at that time, and other people. But what stood out was I rocked up to this meeting. Meeting happened, I'm sure, memorable to those who won awards and prizes. Not so memorable. Of the meeting wasn't as memorable to me. But afterwards, BHIKHU had noticed my taking an interest in just kind of looking around this place. I had never seen things on TV, but I'd never been inside before. And he asked me, who I was, and Peter Jones, and Peter was my mentor and kind of father figure in Newcastle. And he said to me, "Have you ever been here before?" I said, "No." I said, "Do you have time for a tour? Would you like to look around?" And we spent something like an hour or two walking around the building, showing me around the different things, and it ended with, we need to meet more regularly, and we have, as I'm sure you can attest for, 20 years pretty much now. We regularly met up ever since that chance meeting at the world in common. So what a start to things, and so on. So one of my closest friends. His work has had an enormous influence on me long before I met him then, and stuff that anyone interested in political theory would be reading as a theory student, as I certainly did. Rethinking Multiculturalism, huge amongst many other things. His work on Bantham, Arendt, and others, very profound on me as well. I think in terms of my handful of comments, and I'm already taking up too much time already, I think Rethinking Multiculturalism is a crucial work in many ways. It's something that when going from philosophy to politics to Durham Law School in 2014, when I teach jurisprudence, I put Rethinking Multiculturalism in there. So often when they're reflecting on legal philosophy in general, it is thinking about how rules and so on apply generally, effectively, universally, and ideas around pluralism and so on are often missing from their perspective, and reflecting on how legal pluralism might be alive and well and operate and so on are things that often miss their radar. What I love about that work by BHIKHU is its clear reframing of culture, what it is, and perhaps even more so, its significance for our individual identity and our group identities in ways that I think are profound and groundbreaking, and things that seems to, every time I raise this to students, seems to really open their eyes in new ways, and really kind of capturing the as it were, the fact of pluralism in our communities, wherever they are, whatever they are, long before Rawls did, and with greater clarity, depth, and power. Amongst many other concepts I quite like to use, the equality of difference in thinking about how we relate to one another, and the importance of contextualizing equality and thinking about it in a kind of more profound way, and from a different angle than often equality is thought about in other contexts. And I find the perspective that BHIKHU has, particularly in that work, but also in his work in the new politics of identity and in other areas, hugely important and inspiring. In other areas, in more recent work, in his work on ethnocentrism in political theory, I also love in the way that it highlights the cultural specificity of many of our isms. I mean, liberalism is one that comes up, but it's one of many for debate and reflecting on not just the positions we have, but the way that our culture and different cultural backgrounds infuse these viewpoints. One of many takeaways I get from that work and others of BHIKHU's is how, for example, in political theory, we've been focused in so many ways on global justice and the huge importance of doing something, taking action on severe poverty amongst a great many other problems in the world. And one of the things I think BHIKHU's work helps us think about in a way that really no one else does is how our views on global justice effectively need to be more global. They're often a view drawn up from a culturally specific point of view, nothing, not a problem as it were in itself, but then kind of, this non-global view often kind of used to fix the world's evils and problems elsewhere. And of course, one issue for me, one problem for me is that there's many resources that we have. The problems of justice are not problems of only one place. There are problems that have been dealt with by a variety of traditions, and often and I speak more for myself than anyone else, my ignorance of how other traditions have dealt with different issues and problems is a problem. It limits. I've limited resources coming from one perspective, and being able to engage more with other perspectives, I think, is enormously important, not just for recognizing the equality of difference and equal dignity, of course, different cultural backgrounds, but also, I think, very important for getting a better grip on how to reflect and think about what we do on some of the biggest pressing issues in political philosophy and, amongst many other things, global justice, one of many examples. But of course, BHIKHU isn't just Professor PAREKH. He's Lord PAREKH. And one of the things that's been particularly enormously inspirational for me and impactful has been his public-facing work, his contributions to the public good, to his public service. For academic nerds like me, and I speak now particularly for myself, the PAREKH report will be one of many things. We all have our copies, nearby, of incredible tome. This idea we live within a community of communities as a way of thinking about Britain, absolutely spot on. And it's a joy to see that we now have a king who uses this kind of language from BHIKHU, and his report now is just an accurate portrayal of how we are. And one of many things I like about that report, and of course about BHIKHU's work more widely, is political theorists, as we all were starting out, we would read about the philosopher king and debate about different versions and visions of how theorists might make contributions to public life. But BHIKHU is an absolute shining example of how to do this very well and effectively at the highest order. And it's something that I think, even, I don't know how people can't be not just inspired, but convinced by a lot of BHIKHU's work. But even if you took different positions on the different points he's made throughout his career in the history of political thought and contemporary political thought, and wisely seeing how these things feed into each other, I think that the way in which he's shown that political theorists, even those of us who like a bit of history too, can have deep and profound contemporary relevance in our political debates and public culture is a message to really bang home again and again. We need more BHIKHU PAREKHs, if possible. Only one BHIKHU himself, but we need more people kind of following this path than we do, and never more urgently in the times that we live in. Our perspective and insights are never more needed, and BHIKHU is a great example of, and the best example of how one might do it, and what this looks like. And of course, deep and profound impact in lots of areas. I've been particularly drawn on issues of British citizenship these days, and immigration and so on, and there's been no better guide to how to better think about these challenges than BHIKHU's work. And I'm enormously grateful to you, BHIKHU, for all the help you've given. There's this kid from New Haven, Connecticut, who found himself on this damp rock called Britain. You've been an enormous source of support to me. My debt to you is something I'll never be able to fully repay, but I'm very grateful to you. I am not there in person, but like all fellow Jedi, I'm there in spirit. So I raise my coffee mug to you and everyone today. I hope to see you all again in future, and I hope to see you again soon, BHIKHU. Take care.
Great. That was wonderful. Yasmin.
You're going to get so big-headed, Lord PAREKH, by the end. I want to just make a little personal comment before. I am not, though I was a professor and I left at the end of December, I am essentially a journalist, and I'm not an academic thinker. But BHIKHU has had a huge influence on me throughout my life. And it really, there were three, when I came from Uganda in 1972 and was a postgrad here at Oxford, which was one of the most disappointing periods of my entire life. It was like I'd entered a graveyard. From then to the politicization, fast politicization that took place, there were three people who influenced my life, intellectual life: Stuart Hall, A. Sivanandan, and BHIKHU PAREKH. And BHIKHU in particular rewired my brain, changed my way of thinking and my way of being. And that relationship is deeply meaningful because he's also my adopted father. He never knew he was going to be my adopted father, but he is. When I was getting married to my second husband, I asked him if he would be my father. And so here he was. I'll never forget his words. "Here I am," he said, "a Hindu giving away a Muslim to a Christian." And nobody minds. And I'll never forget. So the political and personal are completely bound up in the way I think about BHIKHU. From his words and work, I learned how people of color in this country are always going to be in-betweeners, generation after generation. And that belonging to a national entity is both an impossible longing and a trap, in a way. And a trap that is always there for us to be wary of, but also sometimes to willingly go into in order to kind of dare, if you like, majority thinking on what our responsibilities are. And that we don't have an obligation to please as a condition of our citizenship. that has never been the deal anybody, anywhere, should ever have to pass, whether it's white South Africans in post-apartheid South Africa, or Muslims in India, or here, who we are. And, you know, the second, third generations are showing us how they certainly don't, because after the post-colonial mindset does make you obsequious, does make you believe that, you know, you have to kind of step lightly, not upset the ex-colonial powers. But of course, we're now a long way from them. But having said that, I also have had, over the years, we've had many disagreements, some healthy, some quite strong, about some of the ways BHIKHU has seen the world and written about it, which is, like everybody else in this room, deeply affected me, but, you know, where I don't agree, including the multi-ethnic report of community of communities. So that's the kind of personal and political context. But I'm also here to say that we must always be very, very keenly aware of the times we're in. What Britain was 5 years ago is completely different from what Britain is today. And my fear sometimes in the academic world is that it lives in a very timeless zone, if you like. And at the moment, I think that to do that would be a huge mistake. We are in an age globally, but most obviously in the West, of a reassertion, quite obvious reassertion of white supremacist values in the form of Donald Trump and many of the politicians in the EU and here too. And the will of the people, the majoritarian will, which is completely fake claim. The people, even if you mean white people, are as fragmented, are as in disagreement with each other as the rest of us are. But this, the people, which Keir Starmer now uses with such force, is the new reality which we have to face and face down. We also have to think about unexpected things that are happening. That we now have a significant number, or have had in the last 5 years, of minority individuals who are promoting the nationalist agenda in the most unimaginable, unpredictable, and actually quite frightening way. That we have people like Suella Braverman, and we have Priti Patel, and Rishi Sunak, and now Zia Yusuf, who are promoting the very kind of white majoritarianism that BHIKHU and Stewart and all these great thinkers spent all their lives assessing, rebuffing, and challenging. So it's a very different context, I think, that we're in. But we're also in a context which I alluded to earlier, that, you know, a lot of people now say to me, will you come on GB News? No, I never go on GB News. I'll give you £800. No, I do not come on GB News. To say multiculturalism is dead, no, I won't do that, actually. Because if multiculturalism is dead, and I have problems with the concept, if multiculturalism, the lived multiculturalism, as other speakers have brought up, is dead, then will you stop eating curry? Will you burn Zadie Smith's book? Will you throw away Bob Marley's records? What do you mean multiculturalism is dead? How much of my husband told me yesterday this amazing fact, that Wetherspoons, which is the most popular pub in the country, now sells more curries than every Indian restaurant in this country put together. Think about it. Who goes into Wetherspoons? Okay? I bet you a lot of reform voters go into Wetherspoons. So what is this dead multiculturalism that we're talking about? Think about it. But having said that, there is obviously a completely new terrain when we're into second and third generations. And there are certain consequences, I feel very strongly, which are the result of official multiculturalisms over the decades, that have created some very serious situations, which we who care about how we're going to live in this country and what this country is going to be, need to be very much more honest about and very much more open about. So I don't think it's enough to say about grooming gangs, oh, they're a minority and white men are the biggest groomers of all. We know that. But we cannot deny the fact that thousands and thousands of white girls were subjected to rings of abuse by men who not only shared faith and geographical background, but were from very particular places. I went and interviewed some 3 wives and 1 daughter of jailed groomers, because I felt it was my duty to see how people within are reacting. It was extraordinary. 1 wife had divorced her husband and the daughter was their daughter. The other 2 wives defended the men and said it's the fault of the girls because they are dirty. Okay? Now, are we never going to talk about some of those things? My people, Ugandan Asians, are the same. We've lived off a myth for so very long that a big, black, horrible man threw us out and we were so hardworking and didn't we do great things for Uganda? And look how undeserved this was. We've never spoken properly, never, about our quite savage racism against black people whose country it was and how we might have behaved better. So the reckoning that now needs to happen is not just asking white people, to think about what we've done for this country, all the usual stuff, but how we can contribute to a civilized, honest, self-critical approach to what our histories and cultures have raised us to be and how we can make a better world by actually addressing those openly. When you do that, it's really interesting. Before Brexit, I went all around the country to pubs. Didn't have a curry. But I wanted to know what the people were. So I went to Lincoln, I went to the Midlands, I went to the North, small places. And I would sit there and there were really difficult conversations because so much of Brexit was about pure racism and hating immigrants. And it was so fascinating to me that after they'd expelled their anti-immigrant rhetoric on me, I would say to them, well, I'm not going to sit here telling you all immigrants are perfect and all immigrants have done wonderful things for this nation. Most have. But at the same time, I think we all have an obligation to think about how we can change and we can change our people. So I tell them the story of Ugandan Asians. And it's like a key. It's like a key. They suddenly stop being attack dogs or defensive. And we can talk. So I think there are some situations where we need to be addressing the varieties of multicultural thinking. And I wrote a book many years ago, actually, called After Multiculturalism, which was an examination of multicultural policies and some of what was wrong with them and some of what was right with them. And one of the things I've started to think is that maybe the word itself is now a problem. That we've now moved into the 21st century where what we need to talk about is a society of the one and the many, if you like, and which is also takes into account certain really extraordinary facts, that this country, more than any other in the EU, has been multicultural since the 16th century. The first panic about mixed-race relationships in Britain was in 1574 by a man called George Best. He wrote a pamphlet saying too many white women are going with black men. No other nation, and it was all England. I wrote a book called Exotic England, which outlined this extraordinary history going back centuries. Because England has always been promiscuous, culturally, always been culturally, unlike Scotland, unlike Ireland, it has been culturally promiscuous and open. So St. Paul's Cathedral, the great emblem of Christianity, the son of Christopher Wren said, his father, in his biography of his father, that his father always said it was in the Indo-Saracenic style. So it was the Mughal architecture that is reproduced as a Christian church. And there is so much of this that we could actually be talking about, our collective histories. I mean, Exotic England is full of them. The first Indian takeaway was opened by an Englishwoman in the 18th century, who had been to India, been imprisoned, learned in Mysore, learned the food, came back, and there were company men coming back who couldn't eat boiled cabbage anymore. So she would make spicy food and they would send carriages. So there is a connection, and I've often talked to young Muslims who are very angry with this country as well, all the time, and asked them, do you know who, the Regent's Park Mosque? Who do you think gave the land to Muslims to build that mosque? And they say, oh, Saudi Arabia or whatever. I said, no, it was Winston Churchill. Churchill gave the land because, to thank Muslim soldiers in the First and Second World War. Now, Churchill was a real racist, an imperialist, but some facts matter. Some facts really do matter. So I think the connectivities are not covered by the concept of multiculturalism, which still seem to me pockets living side by side in peace, rather than the very interactive culture that particularly England has happened quite by chance, actually, so that the numbers of mixed-race relationships is immensely high. Last week I met a hedge fund man who was so tired of his life, white guy, 32 years old. He's just converted to Islam. I said, why? He said, oh, this is a trend. Come with me to Regent's Park Mosque. Every week there are 50 of us converting. And this is why I'm suggesting that the multicultural model or the language of multiculturalism is no longer capturing the reality. And young people, most of all, the way they mix, the way they interact, the way they're making their new world, and are hated by the Telegraph for it, is something that is kind of happened partly because of the three thinkers I've talked about, BHIKHU, Stuart Hall, and Siva, but partly also because nature takes its course. And we also have to be very careful not to lock our younger children into varieties of how we were brought up, right? The Khalil Gibran words, your children are not, are your, what is he saying? The children are, your children, they come through you, but they're not of you. They live in a tomorrow which you may not visit even in your dreams. And this is my fundamental objection to religious schools. My fundamental objection is you're trying to create a child in your own image. And you don't have the right to do that. You teach your child moral values. You teach your child the things that matter to you. Neither of my children follow my faith. I still pray. They don't follow my faith. I think they're both atheists. One of them is politically in a place which I'd rather not even think about. He's very rich. So I leave it to your imagination. But a part of me, I really believe it's their life. And it was really interesting because I was feeling a bit sad. My daughter's getting married. And I was feeling a bit sad. It's all white weddings again. And I said, in passing to her, I wish your grandmother was alive, my mother, because they were very fond of my mother. And then a week later, she comes to me and she said, yeah, let's have a Mehndi day. Mehndi is henna day. So something went in. But what I think we have to remember is that the challenges are very different. We now have a Labour Prime Minister who's using language, the language of Enoch Powell. We have a very nationalistic mood in the country, fostered by my industry more than anything else. Nigel Farage would be nothing, but the media was the wind beneath his wings. Okay, and in this challenging world, how we talk about the diverse and complicated nation we are is very, very difficult and very, very important. I'll end with two examples of why the challenges that I'm talking about. We cannot allow the present political cabal of all parties, except for the Greens, I think, and Lib Dems, the idea of a fixed, by right, unchangeable, uninfluenceable culture, because, of course, multiculturalism is now used by reform. Okay? These people, these red wall people, are defending their culture. They're defending their way of life. This is exactly what multiculturalism in my view, negative form was about. Don't talk about grooming gangs. It's their culture. No, it's not their culture. When did it become your culture to go and exploit young white girls? And I go into these red walls, and this is what they're saying. It's our culture. So multiculturalism has had unintended consequences. We need to rethink the vocabulary and how we think about it and be brave. The burqa issues come up again, okay? I wrote a book against the veil. I stand by my book. I think any form of veiling is wrong. But I also know that the people who are talking about the burqa now are not interested at all in Muslim females. It's just a trigger for them. It's something that they can, kind of light and feelings will blaze up. But we do have to talk about burqas. We do have to talk about young girls of 5 and 6 being covered up with their hairs covered up and cloaks when they can't even play on the swings. It never happened. There's nothing in the Quran that says girls have to be covered up or even women have to be covered up. It's modesty. They ask for modesty for both men and women. This has come from Saudi Arabia, which has had a long-term project. So in an old-fashioned multicultural kingdom, these are issues we would avoid, similar issues. I don't think they're avoidable anymore. I also think that it's a very difficult act. How do we absolutely protect our rights against this surge against us, which is now coming from Labour as much as anything else? And at the same time, how do we feel confident enough to say, we're going to discuss some of the problems in our communities, and we're going to do it openly, not secretly, or if at all. And I think these are the challenges that I hope, with BHIKHU's wisdom, I've learned so much about tolerance, about listening, and the lady who spoke earlier, the conversations They were terribly important. But within those conversations, there are some very difficult conversations that have been avoided for too long about the political corruption that Labour used to garner votes as a community from various areas, which was so undemocratic. Women had no right in these communities, in Bradford, in Oldham, to decide who they wanted to vote for. Baskets of votes were delivered, so leaders were given some favours. You know, these things are really important. And I think we are now in a place of some power and some influence and a third generation. And we should really, take those steps to ensure that what threatens this country, not just us, this overwhelming, horrible, nationalistic Britain doesn't emerge from the various crises we're in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faisal. Thanks, of course, for the invitation to take part in this marvellous celebratory event. And I'd just like to add my voice to everyone else about the indelible impact of BHIKHU on my intellectual life and general life. I'm acutely aware that I'm the main obstacle between you and lunch. But it's also the case that a lot of what I wanted to say is sort of overlaps with some of the themes and ideas that have come up earlier. So maybe I can be brisk. I'll certainly try. Like the other speakers today on this panel, I wanted to talk a bit about multiculturalism in the public sphere, but unfortunately we're kind of descending back into the lowlands of academic discourse after the high ground of the real thing. And I wanted to start with a few statements that may be familiar with two people here from BHIKHU's work on multiculturalism, and certainly if the statements aren't, the sentiments are. So BHIKHU tells us a multicultural society requires a robust form of democracy to underpin the commitment to multiculturalism. Dialogue in multicultural societies requires institutional preconditions such as freedom of expression, agreed procedures, and basic ethical norms, participatory public spaces, equal rights, a responsive and properly accountable structure of authority and empowerment of citizens, and it also calls for essential political virtues such as mutual respect and concern, tolerance, self-restraint, a willingness to enter into unfamiliar worlds of thought, love of diversity, a mind open to new ideas, and a heart open to others' needs, and the ability to persuade and live with unresolved differences. Last big quote, it's not going to be that kind of paper, but I wanted to keep that one in to remind us what BHIKHU thinks. And the other statement I sort of wanted to mention, a shorter one, about how the ontological and epistemological importance of plurality and difference, when appreciated, allows one to see other cultures not as threats or rivals, but as conversational partners, indeed as the very condition for one's growth. Now, I think these are important and inspiring statements, which BHIKHU has developed in great depth, as have many others from his work. But the current moment doesn't seem to lend itself very well to this sort of dialogic self-reflection. The public sphere has never been all that healthy, and I'll touch on this later for a minute, but BHIKHU's extensive own illustrious career as a distinguished public intellectual has engaged at the sharp end of the unhealth of the public sphere over the years. But this moment seems pathological in its own way. The political mainstream of many societies has, since the publication of Rethinking Multiculturalism, embraced the securitization of multiculturalism, the view of refugees and migrants as security problems, as threats, as potential threats. And this, of course, has been turbocharged by real-world events, real-world flows of people, real-world problems, but also by the reactionary political rhetoric that Yasmin has been talking about. And these reactionary forms of nationalism reproduce multiculturalism and liberal nationalism's scepticism about the false neutrality of the liberal state. They agree with you in this sense, but they bind it to a divisive, hierarchical and polarizing form of the politics of recognition, a kind of negative politics of recognition, as we know, that valorizes the authentic denizens of the nation over threatening outsiders, aliens, and rootless cosmopolitans, pitting the virtuous and homogeneous people against elites and dangerous others who are seeking to deprive the genuine people of their rights. It's now a cliche, I'm afraid, that the public realm in these circumstances is polarized, that people don't speak to each other or struggle to speak to each other in the dialogic way that we expressed, we heard a moment ago from BHIKHU. We're pushed into different bubbles or echo chambers. We speak to each other, but not to the other. Expressions of in-group solidarity take the place of dialogue or self-reflection. Now, clearly, this negative politics of recognition in this degraded public sphere, the sphere of Trump, of Marine Le Pen, and others, I'll stick to an ethnocentric menu of examples out of caution, and others can talk about other ones. These degraded public sphere pose challenges for those of us sympathetic to a Parekhian vision of multiculturalism. If dialogue requires a range of institutional and social preconditions, a flourishing public sphere, what if these are eroded or undermined? We should support the optimism of the will, by all means, but what would a multiculturalism for the pessimism of the intellect look like? Now, and this is where it's perhaps nice in following Yasmin, my thought was there is quite a bit in BHIKHU's thinking and writing that provides us with some resources to think about this question. I don't, nothing to, as it were, successfully demolish all comers, but an important diagnosis, and I think in many ways the part of his work that I return to most these days is his diagnosis of the pathologies of forms of political monism, thinking of a singular nation or singular identity. Because I think this nationalist self-assertiveness involves the denial and squashing of exactly those parts of the character of identity that BHIKHU's work highlights, namely its dialogic and plural character. In other words, a condition of being a neo-nationalist, I don't like the word, the populist, is squashing those features of identity that BHIKHU draws our attention to. The internally plural character of identities, their way in which they're constituted by a continuing internal conversation, but also a conversation among and across different traditions and other identities. Second, imposing this singular model of identity involves an immense effort of falsification, which Yasmin talked a bit about, so I won't say much about, but I think BHIKHU's work does talk about, because I think there's a tremendous emphasis on truthfulness in what he has to say about the character of identity. So falsification is a second area in which I think we can read his work and discover some diagnostic tools for looking at the contemporary scene. And third, I think the focus of his writing on the lived experience of multiculturalism also provides some diagnostic tools. In other words, the conflict in Wetherspoons between, as it were, people with one vision of the nation and their lived experience. And I think there's a deep and complex theme, but it's one I think that is discussed in some depth in BHIKHU's philosophy. The point then is not that BHIKHU offers only an attractive set of values, I think he does, but that he helps provide us with some diagnostic tools to investigate and analyse some of these more worrying forms of contemporary nationalism, some practical insight and an orienting framework to critically engage with it. Still, even if we accept this diagnosis of the internal flaws of the nationalist project, pessimism of the intellect reminds us that even the most incoherent and pathological political projects survive and thrive. To inject a personal note, since people have mentioned their personal backgrounds, my own family left from apartheid South Africa, a wonderful example of a totally incoherent political project, many of whose, remaining committed adherents still don't notice that it was, And in some ways, a sort of exemplary project for a lot of what we see going on now. So just being incoherent is not necessarily bad for you in politics, though it can cause a lot of damage. So the challenge for those of us sympathetic to Parekhian multiculturalism remains. If dialogue requires these institutional and social preconditions, what if these are eroded or undermined? What role does this idea of dialogue have in a disoriented and fragmented public space? I have a couple of comments and then I'll stop. One is, it's appropriate to recall that nothing dates faster than the complaint that now is a particularly bad time for the public realm. And I think in the light of this reminder, the reminder that things are always the worst just now, an obvious thought, an obvious response to this sort of worry about BHIKHU's multiculturalism is the exemplarity of his own career as a public intellectual, his own slow drilling through hard boards, in Max Weber's phrase, in relation to the PAREKH report on the future of multi-ethnic Britain, but also Islamophobia, Commission for Racial Equality, and many others. People have sort of emphasized quite rightly the sort of impact and success of much of this work, but those of us who are a little bit older will remember the reception of much of this work at the time. The 1980s, 1990s, to 70s, 2000s in the UK media are not now referred to as the Age of Enlightenment. And there's a reason for that. They were not an era of a kind of, open public sphere. And BHIKHU's own response to the sometimes frenzied reactions to these initiatives exemplifies an idea of political obligation, of the project of continuing to engage in a truthful, responsive and courteous way with fellow citizens, even in a febrile and cynical media environment. Still, we can't all be BHIKHU. Beyond the practical exemplification of the possibility it provides, is dialogue desirable with this sort of nationalism? And I think that's a harder question, and a harder question perhaps for BHIKHU and one to consider. But it's an old question, of course, as he will point out. It's not a brand new one. It's an old question of when we draw the line in tolerating the intolerant. When, in this context, when is it appropriate to operate a cordon sanitaire and not speak to some sorts of people, and when and under which conditions should we be more open and accommodating even with those who we think are bad faith actors, as Yasmin raises, or who have points of view that are deeply erosive of the conditions for continuing healthy public dialogue. And that would be my question for him. Now, there's much more we could reflect on here, on the nature of political community, on the relationship of political philosophy to political practice, on the role of education, all things BHIKHU's written about, and some of which have come up already this morning, and which I've ploughed on in my own ethnocentric way right past. But I wanted to, as I say, end with the thought that BHIKHU has made a formative contribution to our thinking in all these spaces, and hope against hope for his response to this that will put all our minds at ease later this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. May I make a suggestion, since we're already due for lunch? Can we go for lunch and then come back and take questions on these two really wonderful presentations? So that you need to go.
Yeah, but I'll come and do that, and then go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So lunch is for participants only, I'm afraid, and it will occur in our fellows dining room in the. If you follow Claire or me, go downstairs to the Brutalist building just at an angle to this one, and it's on the first floor. Thank you.
Yeah, it was Sentamu was
Yes.
the Archbishop then. We stayed with him in the Grand House.
Yeah, Bishop was
It's a beautiful, beautiful city. I think it's
full of tourists. Can't complain. I don't complain. It's a funny place. It's a wonderful place.
So I'll slip away after this. Yeah.
Leave me on my own. Leave me on my own to deal with all that.
No. After we've done the question and answers, because I need to finish something when I get home.
So welcome back. As you know, we left off after Yasmin and Matthew's excellent presentations, and we will now have the opportunity to pose some questions to them. And I know Yasmin has to leave very soon, so the floor is open for questions, comments, prevarications, disagreements, anything you'd like. Yes.
I'd like to make some brief observations that probably when we are talking about multiculturalism, we are adopting a very statistical or sociological approach to a philosophical question. Because we are treating the dominant cultures and other marginalized cultures. So in the space of discourse for multiculturalism, what is happening, the space for the marginalized cultures is very less. Well, if we adopt a more nominalist approach, where universals and particulars, like even particulars have the universals, so you cannot philosophically differentiate between a universalist philosophy and a very sectional or marginal philosophy. So that will put the marginalized cultures in the proper framework, and multiculturalism will be truly multicultural, rather than having a hegemonic dominant culture and small spaces for the marginalized cultures. Second point I wanted to make is that there was a lot of discussion on limitations within the minority cultures and certain issues which may not be in harmony with universal human values. So here it may be important to use the Kantian concept of categorical imperative or universalization, what involves false fairness. Because even Marcuse, for example, in his book Critique of Pure Tolerance, he had this concept of repressive tolerance, where some things which are repressive practices within any culture should not be permitted, because on the name of tolerance, then you are allowing repression to take place on a massive scale. So that categorization of what is acceptable in cultures based on the Kantian Rawlsian or Marcusean concepts may be adopted. And third thing, I think, there was some discussion of squashing of local cultures, etc. But on the other hand, what we observe is that identity politics and politics of culture have become much more important. And here I would like to suggest a little bit of an anthropological approach like Evans Pritchard in his book Oracles, Witchcraft, Magic in the Azande, where creating the other in a negative or a ulterior way reinforces the group identity of the dominant groups. So rather than the melting pot theory, now we are having a separate identity theories by which valorization the other cultures in a particular stereotype is reinforcing the group identity and cultural identity of the dominant groups. So here I only hope that multiculturalism concept doesn't feed into this political tendency. These are my three brief points.
The only thing I will respond to is that it's not only the majority culture which others in order to create its own space and voice. We do it too. Like I said, the wives of those groomers thought the girls were filthy. We all do it. And that's a recognition of that is quite important,
That is
I
why
think.
said that universalization.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Matthew, did you have a? I don't think you go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. So my question, I think the point about internal differences within the minority is a very important thing. I think that's what Yasmin was talking about. And I think so in some ways the minority majorities are not really five categories. There are lots of internal differences, and perhaps the solidarities between different internal margins of majority and minority can provide the possibilities of not just seeing one identity along which we can talk about. And the issue is that I think, not the issue, but I'm just thinking about how do you think about when an internal difference of a minority is presented, the majority, the dominant group, appropriates that internal differences and stigmatize the minority. So how do we do see, because I think the public spheres and have multiple spheres. So are there certain spheres within the public sphere where we can just very strongly critique the internal differences, for instance, the sexual exploitations or I think brown or black relationship and how that gets racialized. So are there certain spaces where we can freely talk about it in the most critical term? But I think are there certain spaces where we need to be strategic about who we talk about?
No, I just don't think that anymore. I think nothing changes in societies or communities unless there is a really open discussion. And, you know, I did a report 2 years ago, and it was titled The Inner Lives of Troubled Young Muslims. It was written by 6 Muslim women, 2 journalists, 2 academics, and 2 activists. And we found the oppression of young people in some Muslim communities, of male as well as female, was so intolerable that attempts of suicide were really high. They were gay, but they couldn't be gay, so they get married and destroy the lives of the women. And one of the recurrent theme they said was, I have to be one person indoors and one person outdoors, but I can never be myself, either indoors or outdoors, because the racists come for me outdoors and indoors. So it's really complicated, and we need to talk about it openly. And it's not just young working class boys, for example. I taught a lot of them at Middlesex. And they would say things like, my father hates me getting an education. My people hate us getting educated because they think we're going to leave their class. But I can't talk about that. And I said, you have to talk about it, because otherwise how will things change? So I really think, but there is a way we talk about it. There is a way we can talk about it without giving ammunition to the racists. And that's the difficult challenge, I think, really.
Colin?
I agree with everything you said, and I was very happy to hear it. I would say the first thing that my mother said to me when I got my doctorate many years ago was, oh, very good, Colin, well done. You don't think you're better than us now, do you?
Yes. And my husband, called Colin, had the same thing said to him.
Really? We're not the same person,
though. No.
Thank you, that was what
Yasmin, as you were speaking, I was thinking to myself that, at the time BHIKHU produced some of his early work on multiculturalism, there was a set of explorations of immigrant communities which produced ethnographies.
Yes.
There were anthropologists working. There seem to be almost none now. So we don't actually know about these communities apart from anecdotally or through journalism.
Yes.
And at the most through opinion polling and statistics, and that doesn't really tell you anything. So do you think that the anthropologists too have gotten cold feet?
Yes.
And they feel that they somehow shouldn't be looking at these, or whatever. They prefer to go out of the country. I can't understand why this is the case. I fully understand
the concerns over anthropology as a colonial social science and all the rest, that's true of every academic discipline. That doesn't cancel them out. But the fact that we actually don't have any detailed knowledge.
And also big questions like, why do third generation Sikh men go and use violence in gurdwaras when there are mixed marriages happening? What is going on in their heads? They were born here, probably their parents were born here or grew up here, and they're causing wreckage everywhere. What makes, at the university I used to teach, young Hindu and Muslim students be at war with each other? What are they being told? Or what's in their heads? And we do, and you're right, but even journalism doesn't really attend to some of this. The work that is interesting that's going on is with a lot of women in some communities who are, addressing this issue at conferences, speaking about it, looking at it from the female gaze. And that gives you a lot of insights, I think. But you're right, that there's kind of no-go areas still.
The other thing that, you were talking about the decline of multiculturalism. You yourself have written about a book on this. And it strikes me that in contemporary debates, the term is barely used. Instead, we have DEI or ED, whatever it's called here. Of course, you have culture wars. So I wonder if this is both a result of the, if you will, the perverse democratization of multiculturalism, because now majorities have culture that needs protection, and so everyone has it, or whether multiculturalism no longer has autonomy conceptually, because with DEI everything gets fitted, it's gender, race, class.
Identity politics, somebody used that term. I think that's become the defining template now, is identity politics, isn't it? Which I find extremely alarming as well in different ways. So yes, I think, but when they do say multiculturalism, it is always to say it is the problem, it is dead, it is whatever. But I think identity politics is the next frontier, if you like. I don't know if you agree.
Well, I don't want to, it's a big area, and the thing I want to add makes it worse, because I think that the validity in that transformation, which is problematic, involves another bit of jargon, which is intersectionality.
Yes.
And I think that's the legitimate side of the transformation. Some of the skepticism about multiculturalism that you're talking about partly flows from malign sources and questionable, but and defensiveness, and the way you're talking about, as Yasmin, but also through a recognition of, again, going back to the thought, things that are implicit in a lot of the more sensitive writing about multiculturalism, namely, it's in the interaction of however you frame culture with everything else that matters to people. And I think intellectually overcoming that is a big challenge, as well as politically overcoming it. A very big challenge, actually. And I think, we're not in a great space to do that, but that's the challenge.
And also, I am extremely alarmed at the way Trump just had to say, DNI is finished. And all these people who said they were on our side just toppled over like dominoes, right? No sincerity, no real belief, no really real commitment. They're just not doing it anymore. As if we've finished, we've reached the end. And this is the constant political battle that, BHIKHU's work encapsulated. When the report came out on multi-ethnic Britain, do you remember the rage, the anger? The Telegraph had our pictures, enemies of the people. Do you remember? It was just astonishing. The New Statesman did a whole 4 pages on how destructive I was without ever speaking to me. And so even a thoughtful document like that which had all the big names listed, they went for it. So it's politically never easy.
But of course, governments take the path of least resistance on
Well,
many of these
one of the
issues these
stories is that when the report came out, everything was fine. But the present Mrs. Gordon Brown, Sarah, ran a PR agency with Julia Hobsbawm, and they wanted to create mischief. And so she extracted, just extracted one bit of the report and sent it to the right-wing press and set fire to the report. And was entirely PR. So there we are. Well, would you mind if I go?
Yes.
Well, it's been so nice, and I have to say, BHIKHU has been the father I never had in my life, and so, so much more. I really love you.
Thank you, Yasmin. To the next.
Thank you very much. You make me so happy. I can hear you.
Shall we move on to, thank you, Matthew, Yasmin, have a good trip back. Our next panel.
Can I start?
I don't know if there was actually, why don't we, as I think there might be people
Okay.
online.
Right.
I'm sure you're going to say something terribly erudite. I'm just saying something very personal.
Great. I'm sorry we are running a bit late, but these things are inevitable. Let's begin in the order the program sets out. Rajiv?
Right. So I'm meant to talk about BHIKHU and India, but I'll begin by talking about BHIKHU and an Indian, namely myself. And BHIKHU in my presentation will continue to be the primary actor, but I will be the secondary actor. And occasionally, in my presentation, I may appear to be an equal partner, but that's because of the way things have been, and not because of any sort of favoritism to myself on my part. So I met BHIKHU in 1984. He was a young, dynamic vice-chancellor, only 49 years old, in Baroda, and I was a baby, 30, all of 30, young assistant professor, and BHIKHU had organized a conference and where I had to present a paper, but apart from that, I had to comment on three, pretty famous political theorists. I think one was Fred Dallmeyer, it was Ben Barber, and Kenneth Minogue from the LSE. And my comments impressed BHIKHU, and that was the beginning of initially an intellectual relationship. He was very encouraging, and I felt that I'd found my feet in political theory by his very encouraging remarks, I think I got the confidence that I needed desperately at that stage. We met on a number of occasions at various places, but eventually I think I became kind of this is true not only of Yasmin, who thinks of him as his father, but I certainly think of myself, and Tani too, my partner, as a member of the family. I've known him for more than 40 years, and That's how. And I think this is extremely, extremely important for me because I think real insights and real thoughts have their origin in the heart, and they grow in heart-filled settings, and therefore some kind of intimate conversation is extremely important for some very crucial ideas to take place. And I've had the honor of having several intimate conversations with BHIKHU, very often overnight, and sometimes on other occasions during the day, and they have been immensely beneficial to me, and I think I very much appreciate BHIKHU for the stimulation that you've provided me in these conversations. The second thing is that we, of course, share something in common. I mean, apart from many other things, there are two things that we have. We were trained in quote-unquote Western political theory, and it shows in our interest, his in multiculturalism. These are issues of global interest, democracy, multiculturalism, and in my case, secularism. This is something which holds us together, a kind of an approach to these issues. But the other is a very deep and abiding concern for Indian traditions of political thought. He wrote a paper called The Poverty of Indian Political Theory.
In the Dunn book.
A long time ago, maybe in John's book. And I've had a slight disagreement. I think Indian political theory was reviving. At that time, of course, people like myself were writing, and we couldn't believe that he could just put us down like that. Poverty. But that apart, I think it showed that we had an abiding and deep sort of concern for revitalizing Indian thought in Indian political theory. This is in late 90s. And the other thing is that he was already, I joined the Center for the Study of Developing Societies in 2005, but BHIKHU had an existing relationship with people in the center even before that. And he was very keen to have political theory located at the center, and so he gave funding for what's called, I don't know who named it thus, but PAREKH fellowships. And I was the first PAREKH fellow at the center in the late 90s. And the outcome of that was a conference that I did, to which BHIKHU, of course, graciously came. It was on politics and ethics of the Indian Constitution. I remember long walks during the conference in the evenings. We used to go on long walks and talked about how we should put our energy and time, and he should put in some money into reviving Indian political thought, and so that's the seed of the PAREKH Institute really lay in those walks and intimate conversations during those walks. Soon afterwards, I was working on the history of Indian secularism, and BHIKHU said, "Why don't I give you 10 lakhs for that project?"
Oh wow!
And then nothing happened. And after 7 or 8 years, I was in Berlin for a year, and I got a call in Berlin, and he said, BHIKHU said, "You remember, I promised you that I'll give you 10 lakhs, but now I can give you 50 lakhs.
I know.
So I said,
wow.
Well, fantastic. I'd love to have this, but, I'll have to, I don't think 50 lakhs, I don't know what I would do with it, but I'll expand the project. And then nothing happened for another 3 years. And then he called and he said, well, now I've got 1.5 crores. So I thought that this would be too much money for a project. And I thought it's more worthwhile to start a program at the center. And that is how the PAREKH Institute of Indian Thought started at the center. I happened to be the director at the time, so it was very quickly processed, and the institute was formed. The idea, I mean, it all worked out, and we've now got this project, this institute there. We were very clear on one thing. There was a flourishing, Indian thought had already begun to flourish, and I see people sitting over here who both contributed already, and others in the audience. But so modern Indian thought was taken care of very well by the academic world. Writing in English was also, pretty much well attended to. But there was very little work on ancient Indian political thought and on pre-modern, post-ancient, so-called medieval Indian political thought. There were few people who were well-versed in Sanskrit, Pali, Persian, in India. All of them had gone away abroad. All these languages were flourishing abroad, but India, the divide between traditional pundits and modern scholars had become so deep that there was no interaction, and the West, people from the West used to come to Banaras and back to Mysore, learn Sanskrit and go back. Shelley Pollock or David Sulman, all of them came and they did wonderful work, but nobody stayed on in India. And we thought that this is the time to bring some of these scholars back and to read texts in the original with them. So we got 3 scholars per year who would come for about 3 months and read these Indian texts in the original language in which they were written. And we thought that they would benefit from one another, 3 scholars, but we would benefit immensely and use that work in our own work, whether on ancient traditions or in modern traditions. And so this started, and we've had 10 years of that. A very successful, in my view, successful project where lots of very interesting people have come, from Patrick Olivelle to Johan Bronkhorst, and we've done some really exciting work. I think it doesn't show as much as it should, but we have one book which is already published. I don't have it with me, but we have one book in the press. It's called The Ends of Human Life, which was a collaborative effort of Indian and Chinese scholars, partly funded by PAREKH Institute and partly by the Berggruen Institute, in the United States of America. And that book is in press, and it should be out in August. And there are 7 booklets, which consist of the C.R. PAREKH memorial lectures. These are lectures in honor of BHIKHU and Chandrakant Shroff, BHIKHU's younger brother, in their father's, in honor of their father. Oh, wow. So C.R. PAREKH memorial lectures, I've got about 30, 40 copies here of those, wow. 5 of those, and all of you are welcome to take, as long as they don't finish. And this work is going on. We have been benefiting immensely from it. And I have to say that BHIKHU has made an individual contribution to Indian political theory and Indian political thought. Not only his work in Gandhi, but in a whole lot of ways, including his contribution on multiculturalism, which has, of course, a very strong Indian resonance. But apart from that, he's made a massive institutional contribution and to setting up that Institute of Thought in India for the benefit of Indian scholars and Indian students, for which I'm very, very grateful. I think finished my 10 minutes. I shouldn't take any more time, but except to say how grateful I am on behalf of Indian political theory, on Indian political thought, to Bhikkhu, who has, as I said, already contributed immensely to this collective effort, not only individually, but also institutionally. Thank you. Thank you, Bhikkhu.
Thank you.
So,
That's.
Shruti, would you like to go next or last?
I think he should have the final word. Because I know, because I can't follow you. There's no way I can follow you.
Good, go ahead then.
Okay, so it's thank you, Faisal, for putting this together. This is really amazing, and it's a real privilege and actually really heartfelt. It's very kind of moving for me to be here because I obviously have known Bhikkhu. I wanted to say actually Yasmin Alabai Brown stole my line because I did have a very good father, but I met Bhikkhu soon after my very lovely but real father died, and he didn't know that. And he sort of very surreptitiously but very quietly assumed that fatherly role in my life. So I have been extremely, how do I put it, emotionally nourished by Bhikkhu, quite apart from also intellectually. So we met in, I think it's worth saying how we met. Faisal and I met him together. And it's also lovely to be actually here with Rajiv Bhargav, Professor Bhargav, who actually taught me. The only thing I learned in terms of political thought in a classroom was by him, which was your course on Kant, Hegel, Marx, when I was at JNU. So just to say that in 2011, there was a book symposium on a book by the late Christopher Bailey on liberalism, recovering liberties at King's London, and we were all invited to give, as it were, quite serious responses to the book. And there was a kind of an upstairs, downstairs, quite a hierarchical arrangement of lunching and dining there, and Faisal and I were not invited to the dinner, which was okay. We were doing something else, but Bhikkhu sort of took us aside and really said, "Come and meet me. We must carry on the conversation," and that's true. And so subsequently, from about 2011 to 2018. Without fail, we met at least every 6 weeks at the House of Lords for lunch. And but we discussed Indian political thought very seriously. And the other thing that we did was actually something I'll come to, which is really we set up together with Bhikkhu. Faisal and I, with Bhikkhu, ran a closed-door seminar at the House of Lords, which brought, as it were, Indian public figures in conversation with their British counterparts on some of the most pressing issues. So it's now sort of seems, wow, we did that, wish we had recorded it. So for instance, our first inaugural meeting was with the then Commerce Minister, who was the current Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, in conversation with the now Lord Joe Johnson on what the future of a trade agreement might look like. And that was all the way back, at the very start of what can be called the Modi era, and how the two countries would be reformulated. We saw in real time, given these were closed-door conversations. And the last, tellingly, ended on a kind of impasse because it was between a debate between Swapan Das Gupta, who's a right-wing ideologue, and David Goodhart, on the question of nationalism and national identity and immigration. Both very live issues in India, given the Citizenship Amendment Act that happened there, as well as Brexit that had just happened in England, in Britain. So I've been very privileged to kind of together, as it were, we not just curated, to use that terrible term, but it was actually a ringside view into how these very prominent figures were thinking, and that was very interesting. But it also came from actually Bhikkhu being actually nourishing, because I was very sort of despondent after the sudden death of my father, and I'm like, I think I just want to return. I just want to go back to India and just be there. And I want to, and Bhikkhu very quietly, he doesn't know this, but quietly told me, well, the greatest service you could do to India is to write a book on Indian political thought, which I ended up doing. And it was really it was really interesting to have. And I suppose the other quality that I've really appreciated about Bhikkhu is that he hasn't really been, which is very all too pervasive in academia, is to see a replication of your thoughts in the young. The fact that his interlocutors are very different from my interlocutors in the book, quite apart from the fact that I've sort of benefited from his reading of Gandhi and even liberalism. I think Bhikkhu is marked by that autonomy that he gives to the younger person, to the younger generation, to kind of like, and I really appreciated that, because of course our readings of whether it's Ambedkar or Gandhi are quite different. And I want to say a couple of more things. And I think about his scholarship, of course, people have said a lot about his work on multiculturalism, and I hope the Equality Act as well, if someone has mentioned that in the morning, and the Race Act. But I think the thing that really stood, that if I think about his scholarship, I think it's fascinating that he hasn't taken much credit for the fact that he was an outlier who opened up on three different things, big things he opened. First and foremost, and I know John Donne is here, and I think John Donne might think very differently about Hannah Arendt unless he's changed his mind. But he's one of the first people to treat the work of Hannah Arendt as a systematic philosopher very early on. Of course, today she's all the rage, and people read her all the time. And it's a brilliant book. I mean, Hannah Arendt and the Search for a New Political Philosophy. And there, I think, not only Bhikkhu has the courage to, and I'm not just sort of using this as a tokenistic thing, to give a woman a full credit, as it were, because one of the reasons that Arendt doesn't make it to canonistic thinking is precisely because she's a female political philosopher, which has not been, easy to stake authorship. And Bhikkhu does it very gently, without any of these labels or declarations, and in a way dignifies her without even that identity, if I can put it like that. And it's a wonderful book, but it's also a book which tells you that his subsequent work, whether on Gandhi, but also on the book on Indian political theory, which charts a full arc, that he is though he's a kind of committed liberal, I mean, a kind of a radical liberal, I would say, he's not keen to, as it were, find that kind of particular coherence in an author. So the work is sort of read, like Arendt is read very much on her terms, rather than reconstructed in the light of sort of, say, Bhikkhu's pre-commitments. And that's a generosity, again, missing in particularly political theory. And even I could be guilty of that I have sort of read some of the thinkers with the concerns I took to them. And the second thing, of course, was his work on Gandhi. And I think we are quite accustomed, if you look at the citational indices, everyone will say that, Gandhi as a philosopher starts with when Akil Bilgrami makes the call in whatever, 1992, or I don't know when that piece comes out in EPW.
Much later.
Not much later, late 90s, right? I know I can't remember, but it's a very cited piece, because one of the things that Bhikkhu does is that he rescues Gandhi from actually, I would say, historians, because and historians were guilty of seeing Gandhi. He's obviously been a figure of immense attention since even before his own death, but certainly subsequently, whether it's in Oxford or whether it's elsewhere, books come out on him all the time. But mostly, he was approached as a figure of influence who sort of authored, as it were, the mobilization for India's freedom. But it was really Bhikkhu who kind of, for the first time, and not Bilrami, who paid attention to the content of those ideas, and it was those ideas itself which caused, as it were, India to become free. So this is where the historians had to be chastened, because the way they looked at Bhikkhu, they looked at Gandhi, was primarily as a mobilizer, as a successful politician, as someone who had indeed delivered freedom to India as a political actor. And I think I took some sort of quiet, as it were, inspiration from his reworking of Gandhi, though, of course, as I said, our readings are quite different, which is to say that it gave me the cue to think what has been very important to my own work, that how do you write about Indian political thought? Because there is none of this kind of systematic canon, which, of course, the Cambridge Political Thought people, my fantastic colleagues, who have created a canon through, as it were, translation, texts, the Blue Book series, which creates, as it were, a canon of Western political thought, which can be taught at the undergraduate level and developed as it were, a core sort of pursuit of scholarship. Now, with India, that's a big problem, because certainly it's not so much that there's a poverty of political thought. The way in which Indian politics is imagined is that most of our sort of most influential, as it were, figures are primarily actors. And so therefore it requires the work of sort of philosophy or political theory or historical reconstruction to convert them into political thinkers. So this is not obviously the trajectory of Western political thought, which has, as it were, a cadre of sort of canonistic philosophers, scholars, who's then kind of, you can see their influence on the polity or not. And the problem for the Indian, sort of certainly the modern canon, I would say, I can't say for the early modern or the pre-modern, because of course there's a very big tradition of exegesis that exists, both in Islamic and sort of Indic practices. But I was more interested in the fact that if India is so political that it can deliver, as it were, the first decolonized, like the first country to go free from America since, from Britain since America. I mean, what were really the kind of conceptual sort of resources that these political actors had at their disposal? And Bhikkhu's work is really the only work which one could turn to with any, productive gain, if I can put it like that. Because, of course, the story of whether it is Tilak, Gandhi, Nehru, Ambedkar is always as figures of action, and who can then be measured in today's terms, whether they were good, did they let the side down, etc., etc. But no one really, and Bhikkhu sort of put Gandhi as that figure who not simply is a moral philosopher, but who would place the work of ethics as key to politics. So that was very instructive, that politics, the work of politics was discovered in relation to ethics rather than, say, the law or institutional mechanisms which, say, liberalism had long been defined as or with. And I thought that was instructive for me, because that's the kind of approach I took with my book, to kind of convert significant actors into, as it were, thinkers, and not simply, and rather than to produce not a canon, I mean, hopefully a different kind of canon. And the other thing, of course, and the final thing was that actually, and this is what Rajiv just was also saying, that Bhikkhu was also quite unencumbered by the kinds of debates that had, as it were, shut down almost the thinking of Indian political thought, precisely because the wider scholarly conversation had been about whether Indian political thought had been derivative, that it had been, it had been derived from, and Bhikkhu just sort of almost liberated from that question. He sort of circumvents it, and but at the same time is able, to locate a figure like Gandhi, say, in the Indian social? Like, what is it about the Indian social which produces Gandhi's form of ethics, which is able to produce, as it were, the most persuasive or the most consequential anti-colonial political language? Which is to say that despite being a radical liberal, and this is where I'll conclude, I think this generosity that one sort of feels at a very emotional level in my case, or at a very personal level, which is never kind of displayed loudly or is not done in sentimental terms. This is very enabling. Is similar also to Bhikkhu's writing, because again, he in the case of say Ambedkar, he's not fixated on what label to give him. But rather to see both of the, so in the Gandhi and the Ambedkar, the last book, the Indian Political Theory book, where he does a canon, he's actually sort of charting a kind of a movement of thought which would lead to a kind of rights-based political polity in India. And so yes, I mean, what can one say? I think Bhikkhu is both a political theorist, a political philosopher, but he's also been extremely, I would say, innovative, and has been, I would say, very self-effacing in claiming what he has done in scholarship. And I think here, therefore, it is not a coincidence or a fact that one had one kind of interest in Hannah Arendt and then I'm going to go to Gandhi, but they're all part of the same piece in which, as it were some of the most provocative, consequential thinking of the 20th century is given a canonistic treatment without claiming, as it were, victimhood or derivation or being unencumbered by so many of those debates, which is actually what's going to make the work last. So thank you, Bhikkhu. I feel very privileged and happy to know you. And it's just been amazing. I don't think I could have done without our lunches in the House of Lords and all the conversations and love that you have given me. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwini. And now, on to Gandhi, or rather John Donne.
I think they're very definitely John Donne rather than Gandhi, I'm afraid. I'm definitely the imposter in the room on this occasion, and I should, in common decency, have politely declined the invitation to come. I had a selfish reason for wanting to come. I'm excited to help you get because I've been here and I've been listening. I've got some other things to say because I have been here. As I said, my purely selfish reason is just to say thank you to Bhikkhu for 2 favours he did me a long time apart from each other, completely unprompted, and quite unlike actually any other favours I can remember in my 60+ years in the academic world. So I do have reason to be very personally grateful. And I won't go into either of them because I think he will know what they were. But I mean, the first actually, no, this far, spatially, the first was in Paris actually, in the, from my point of view, I mean, very, very distinctive setting of an IPSA conference. And the second was a lot later and in London, and was when he persuaded the British Political Studies Association to give me a prize for having tried hard for so long. I thought it was just the right sort of prize to get. It could have, could have come slightly earlier and been more encouraging, but anyway, it was very, very good when it did come, and it was a very sweet thing to have done. And I valued all the conversations I've had with Bhikkhu, but the main reason for saying thank you is a civic reason, I think. I'm a citizen of the United Kingdom, as it currently still just about is, and I am the only bit of my family which has any sort of historical integrity was my mother's family, which was a Highland Scottish family. So I'm in serious danger of losing, as it were, my identity within my own lifetime. It's a discouraging thing to do. I do think, and this follows naturally in many ways from what Shruti particularly has been saying, I do think that it's true that I can think of no one else in the public life of the United Kingdom who has done as much to help with the historical heritage in its extreme complexity and, in many respects, very, very dark colouring. Apologies for the adjective, but you understand what I mean, all right? To try and work with that alarming and dangerous material and work with it towards a political community of greater ease. Just picking up the first session this morning. And of course he couldn't have done that if he hadn't had the qualities he does have. He couldn't have done it if he didn't have the courage. He couldn't have done it if he didn't have the pertinacity. He couldn't have done it if he hadn't had the skills in relating to other people that he's had. And he couldn't have done it if he hadn't had the intellectual imagination and the, human warmth. It's quite something to be humanly warm to quite such a large human space, and obviously it's not possible existentially to be quite as warm to every moment in it all the time. But insofar as you can think for a population of a real state at a real time, I think it's an astonishing life in many respects. It's a life of extraordinary depth and very high achievement and real nobility. Well, there aren't many lives like that. There are very, very few. So I wanted to say thank you to BHIKHU for that life. And, presumptuously, as I usually am, on behalf of the citizens of the United Kingdom, in all its hopeless disarray and very considerable unease. I think the first occasion on which I saw and heard BHIKHU was the occasion of a presentation to Michael Oakeshott of a fest.
Oh, wow.
I believe that's true. It might be a hallucination, but I don't think so. And on that occasion, the one thing I really do remember clearly, so this is the heart of the hallucination, if that's what it is, was when Oakeshott, in saying thank you to the editors, as one would do on such an occasion, described BHIKHU as a sage. One of the other editors could not have been described as a sage in any lighting editions by anyone. But I thought, well, a sage, it's not the sort of category you hear slung around in contemporary academic life. It's not clearly a praised term in contemporary academic life. You could say contemporary academic life had drifted a very long way, tectonically, away from the idea of being a sage. But it fits.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, it's very, very good to have lived a grand life on behalf of a very large number of other people, and it's very, very good to be a sage. And it's quite astonishing to be both. And of course there's some connectability with Gandhi in that structure too. I went by chance. Now, I've only taught very briefly in 2 Indian universities, and one of the 2 was actually the university in Baroda, which BHIKHU had left. I quail at the very idea of trying to run an Indian university even then, even that university, and I quail, I surrender unconditionally at the idea of trying to run an Indian university now. but it was very clear, if you were in that university, even very briefly, how much it owed to his having run it, and that leaves a certain sort of indentation on one's imagination. And I hoped very much that I would be able to learn something else from BHIKHU, which is not, wasn't a service of the same scale. But ever since I was employed in Cambridge, I'm not employed in Cambridge now, but ever since I was employed in Cambridge to teach for the university, I've had to teach, every single year, I've had to teach a paper on, an introductory paper on how to understand politics. And in that paper, there's a range of topics, and actually hasn't changed very much. There have been a few additions, one or two deletions. But one of the elements which has been stable from beginning to end was Gandhi. Well, I was not in a position to teach anyone how to understand Gandhi or think about him, but I wasn't actually really expected to be able to teach anyone how to think about Gandhi. I was supposed to teach people how to think about how you could use reading Hind Swaraj to think better about politics. So I've been trying to do that for, now I suppose, well, over 50 years anyway. And I thought, well, one thing I could actually do, since I have no competence whatever to contribute anything of value to thinking about how to think about the relations between different vast multiplicity of communities which make up the citizen body of the United Kingdom, and indeed there's not a considerable number of other persons who happen to be here for quite a long time and who are potentially or not potentially to become citizens of the United Kingdom. I don't know how to think about that, and I take the deep political and human trouble of that very seriously. But I have tried to teach people how to begin to think about politics, and it's not the sort of exercise in which your skill level sort of rises steadily over time. I mean, it's you're pretty guaranteed to fail to some degree. But I thought, well, I'll turn now, and I'll take BHIKHU's little book, introducing, I take it, as it were, a random member of the citizen body of the United Kingdom, and anyone to whom OUP can sell books in other countries. I'll take BHIKHU's introduction and see if that will help me. And as I read it, I thought, well, it's BHIKHU all right. I mean, the whole way through, it's kind, it's very thoughtful, it's very balanced, it's very, very illuminating about Gandhi. But it didn't in the end help me over what I needed help for, which is how to show my students, how to think through Gandhi. And I thought I would just explain why at the end, because it might be of some interest to people. And the way I have come to think about that question is that Gandhi wasn't just mesmerizingly effective at certain points, nationalist political leader, and it wasn't just the case that at the time that he died, the Republic of India had become a state, a free state, and unfortunately so had another bit of the subcontinent become a free state, which obviously was, in some sense, already the collapse of his hopes. But I also thought it was what Hind Swaraj was asking for was something that couldn't have been. And I thought, well, I think I'm quite confident about that judgment. Why am I confident about it? Think about Gandhi. Why was such an astonishing political feat in many ways, so hopelessly ruined, you might say, at the very moment of triumph. I think it's because the way Gandhi thought was a way, it was a very deeply religious way of thinking.
Yes.
And I think that it was a coherent and a very obviously deeply impressive way of thinking about how to live an individual life.
Yes.
But I don't believe it was a way of thinking about how a very, very heterogeneous, deeply heterogeneous, and in many ways sort of mutually inimical human society, on assemblage of human beings on that scale, on geographically. I don't think it was a clear thought about how they could live freely. So that was a negative political judgment, and obviously not very graciously expressed, but it seems to me that that is something worth thinking about. And in a sense, I feel that the extraordinary personal achievements of BHIKHU, in a way, are achievements in seeing how to think and feel in some ways which obviously overlap quite significantly with Gandhi's, but also, yes, pull them off in the world. And I admire that very, very deeply.
Thank you very much, and to all the speakers.
Can I ask what is this?
Very much also.
Questions?
Wicked to take all of them.
I might have that instinct too, you know.
Take all of them. You want some? How many?
I don't know.
Now they are redistributing these.
No.
What is the blue one? What is the blue one?
Are you doing it on a colour basis?
Maybe 1 minute should be given to people to collect these.
Yes, well they're here, and you know.
That's at the end.
When we break for tea, you know, if the members of this panel don't consume them all before then.
You think I'm just going to take them all home? No, I think I just want one or two.
Speaker has a first right.
Do we have any? So we've had 3 personal, in many ways, accounts of BHIKHU's effect and influence, intellectual and otherwise, on each of our speakers. And with John, of course, ending with a consideration of Gandhi as a political thinker, question mark. Are there any questions or comments that I realize that speaking to people about their personal experiences may not be up everyone's street, but I do think that actually, you know, all of our speakers have. Yeah, Varun.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you firstly to all of the speakers. I said to Tarek at one point, we really haven't brought out BHIKHU's institutional accomplishments in India and various things we've written over the years, so I learnt a lot from that actually. But I wanted to ask Rajiv something about perhaps, I can see the intellectual affinities between you and BHIKHU, but also I see certain intellectual differences, some of which come from your own training in a sort of Jerry Cohen-like analytical philosophy, which I think BHIKHU's relationship with that sort of political philosophy is at times critical, at times he emulates some of the clarity that they offer, but at times it's critical as well. And I wondered how that generates different approaches to Indian political philosophy. And I wondered if you could say something about that and how that relates then perhaps to your interpretation of some of the details as well.
So, yeah, I think everybody in India should do 1 year of Jerry Cohen type of philosophy, just to bring it all together in a rigorous manner. But I think that is only one small part of political philosophy. I think political philosophy thrives when you have a general commitment to the common good, but also with a lot of imagination, particularly moral imagination. And in that respect, I hope that I have learned from a whole lot of people, not just Jerry. I mean, he had, there were so many people in Oxford when I was learning political philosophy. I mean, Alan Montefiore, Charles Taylor, all these people were around. So I wouldn't see myself as, maybe in some aspects I was, but there are many other ways in which, BHIKHU and I had a lot of common. I absolutely adore three things in BHIKHU intellectually. One, of course, is his lucidity, is expositional lucidity. The other is his clarity of thought. So it shows that whether you're taught, there is a certain English tradition of thinking, which is independent of analytical philosophy, which gives you a certain clarity of thought. Because not just articulation, but his thought is very clear. And the other thing, which everybody doesn't have, which BHIKHU has in plenty, is public eloquence. I mean, he just gets up and starts speaking, and he speaks eloquently. I've never had that, and I've always admired him for it. And so I think if you're comparing just one person with BHIKHU, namely the person you mentioned, I think one person BHIKHU utterly lacks, which Jerry Cohen had in plenty, was wit and the art of mimicry. I mean, Jerry Cohen used to mimic Isaiah Berlin and Mahatma and Ben Kingsley in a manner which is inimitable, and nobody can imitate like him. BHIKHU doesn't have those qualities, but there are many other qualities that he has in plenty. No, I think there is. That's a very small part of a difference, if there is any. But I think there's a lot of commonness in our ways of thinking about things.
John, I wanted to ask about your final comment on Gandhi, and which I took to be, because you made an interesting correlation between India's scale and diversity, its various assemblages of peoples, and what I took you to be describing as Gandhi's inability, perhaps it would have been impossible for anyone to speak to that politically. I wonder if you think that that might have been because Gandhi was obliged to speak for a nation into being, and that India was still in many ways an empire. Its scale, its diversity, that there was somehow a non-fit between the nation that had to come into being and the imperial reality that was Indian society.
Well, I think lots of societies have, as it were, been imperial realities over time. So I don't think you could have, as it were, spoken for the population of the British Isles at any point in time on a Gandhian basis with a better prospect. I think that just I do think the disparity between a project for an individual life and a project for a subcontinent is a helpful way to think about it. I think, I mean, after all, it isn't just the case that it was two states. It's 3 states now, and
Yes.
who knows, the future lies ahead. So
I also want to say something to this.
But
No, I
please
didn't mean
finish,
to
yeah.
interrupt. I just wanted to take
well,
it.
I just think opportunistically taking this phrase from the first session this morning, I think the idea of making the subcontinent a place of greater ease couldn't have been the same as the project of evicting an empire and creating a single state on that scale. I just think there are causal, there are deep causal contradictions in that.
I just wanted to say this, that actually, of course, one has labored to, in sort of, in the way BHIKHU has done to kind of reconstruct and sort of dignify these people with some reflexive sort of power. But I do think that what John has said is important, that you do see a reluctance almost in Gandhi's own thinking to the domain of politics. It's not just a hesitation or an inability to think about politics, but it is about the circumscription of what politics can and should do. There is that sort of concern I take it seriously. And I think in that sense, this kind of, I wouldn't go as far as Faisal to say that he's an anti-political thinker, but I would say that that legacy has been really important to India, that there is a suspicion of politics which is very deeply held. And I don't mean just in the constitution or just in institutions, but as a kind of disposition that you have, as it were, a very highly politicized society, but also equally paradoxically a real sort of suspicion towards of politics. And not just, I mean, political leaders, which is more recent, So I mean, I'm just agreeing with you, but I'm wondering whether that is more not the poverty of thought, as it were, or imagination, but a refusal of politics itself.
Well, the way in which I think it was is quite simple. And, I'm obviously open to this possibility of being hopelessly wrong, but the way I see it is that Gandhi thought what should first, and what could afterwards, and what should always dominate it, what
Correct.
could. Well, that is, you could call that anti-political, or you could call it apolitical. But what I think you can't call it felicitously is political.
Yes, agreed.
Because political is a single human and spatial scale. And you have to solve for that, because that's reality. And I think, you can be a prophet, but you can't actually, you can't do politics that way.
I don't think he was, we can,
I have a couple of points. I think there is a deep tradition in India of warrior saints, and in an age of mass public sphere and a growing democracy, the warrior had to be of a different kind, but he had to be, but I think I place Gandhi in that tradition. And it's a very individual-centric one, but it's used as a political resource, not only by the person who is exemplifying it, but also by others around him. So I think there is a collective understanding around Gandhi, especially some of the followers of Gandhi who happen to be very deeply political in the standard sense of politics, who were able to somehow together with Gandhi, create a certain politics, so which was different from, Gandhi's own sort of. The second, I think there is a general crisis that we are. Maybe it's never been the case. Politics has never been a moral project, and but everybody knows that politics ought to be guided by some moral compass. But Gandhi tried to do that, and it was a failure. It didn't quite work out the way he would have imagined it to be, and he died, in a sense, as a tragic figure. Particularly when it came to creating a society where different groups are at ease with each other, to use that phrase once again. I think what was very ironical was that his assassination helped to create a temporary ease. If he wasn't assassinated, we would still be, with the war which we are witnessing today, would have probably started earlier. I think Gandhi's thought is certainly very deeply individualistic, but if you look at his political practice, and which links to my first point, I think that practice has to be interpreted very, very differently than his own thoughts. I don't know if there is enough. I don't know. Faisal would know better, but I think instead of studying what Gandhi said, if people made Gandhi's practice yield a political philosophy, it would be very different and would probably, I don't know, it will have to be judged and evaluated completely differently.
Well, in his own day, of course, he was constantly accused by his enemies of being a hypocrite for this reason, because they managed to separate out his practice from his thought. And of course, he insisted that there was no distance or difference between the two. So, that might be a way we can...
Again, just very small historical point only, that yes, I think people are doing that, looking at the practice as a form of, his philosophy, and how to reinterpret it as that. So that's fine, like whether it's spinning or celibacy or walking and so on. But I was interested in what John said in terms of, projects and thought. And I think there is consensus, at least in the historiography, that Gandhi actually is not an effective figure from 1942 onwards. That actually the work of, as it were, making the state and whatever else happens, he's actually already off the scene. And you could see that, as it were, the coming of partition itself is a sign of that he's already off the table after his talks with Rajaji fail, as well as his failure to convince Jinnah or to even meet, let alone have a proper dialogue. So I think that would be just one, as it were, big element of what happens to him. But from the 20s, 30s, one could argue that, or at least whether one agrees with something, what I would argue is that actually the kind of, and Faisal has written at greater length about it, this idea of kind of liberal, constitutional project of politics is overthrown by Gandhi. And that in itself, as it were, leaves a legacy, whether one calls it anti-statism, whether one calls it kind of democratic politics, which is, civil disobedience, that leaves a different kind of legacy in India. It may create a grammar of democratic politics or mobilization, but the work of, as it were, institution building, rights, constitution, is almost a division of labor. It's, it's the Nehrus, the Patels, the Ambedkars, who are hostile to him in a lot of ways, politically. That's their job, and they are in charge from 42 onwards. That's just a minor historian's point, which is to say that he is effective, and you could say that up to, I would say, 42, but the civil war of 42 is really the end of his efficacy altogether, and that then something else has to take over. But it's not a reconstituted liberalism, though there is an attempt at it. But anyway.
So I just want to say one thing, which is that the way I look at it, I mean, the apolitical, if you want to use that category, character of his thinking, it was there from Hind Swaraj onwards, because of his very, very deep reservations about the very idea of a state.
Correct.
And I think that actually it's not possible for humans to be free on a very large scale without a state. I mean,
That
there's no
also I agree with.
alternative.
I agree with both those things. But the fact is he produces an anti-status grammar of democratic, at least, mobilization, which in a way, ensures that even much before formal freedom, it is clear that India will be democratic. In 1935 or 36, I mean, certainly after the Salt Satyagraha.
And that continues.
And that continues. And you see that tension in India, in the formalization of certain political, like the political in a way always is sort of somehow always anti-statist. You could make that same argument about Hindutva itself, that it was anti-statist to begin.
Yes, it continues among Gandhi's enemies as much as
it's a form of thinking, and that can be a separate discussion, whether that is literally because the colonial sort of statism was so powerful that one had to kind of eject out of statist thinking to create a different politics.
Let me make my point again just once.
Yes, we'll have a debate.
I mean, I think it was open to Hindutva, as it's turned out, to capture a state. It was not open to Gandhi to capture a state.
Sure, agreed. That too, because it institutionalizes.
You can't capture a state without even wanting to.
Yeah, but also the RSS is the transitional institution there.
Well, as you can see, we can continue, and I know there are other questions, but we are already, we have been running late from the beginning. So please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the next one, and there hopefully will be tea and coffee arriving soon. So we'll make up some time during the break.
Do you want?
Can I pick up each one of them?
Well, BHIKHU, do you want any?
I've taken the one I wanted.
And so we will begin with Albert and then move on to Cecile, Colin, and ending with PAREKH. Albert.
Thank you very much. I was not only waiting but listening with great interest to the previous session. BHIKHU, congratulations on 90 not out, and I'm sorry not to be able to join you in person, but I'm very grateful to the organisers of this conference for allowing me to join remotely. So let me begin. From time to time, but not very often, you read an article that makes you reappraise your most basic assumptions. And BHIKHU's article, A Misconceived Discourse on Political Obligation, published in Political Studies in 1993, was certainly such an article for me, which is why I've chosen to discuss it in this birthday tribute. Incidentally, I'm going to take the 1993 paper as my principal point of reference. The chapter of the same name, published in Ethnocentric Political Theory in 2019, is a rather different paper, I think, although I wish to suggest that the logic of the 1993 paper, taken in a certain direction, would be consistent with that later version. And I hope that my thoughts are not too distant from the evolution of BHIKHU's own ideas. So the 1993 article's central argument was that political theorists had misconstrued the idea of political obligation, confusing political obligations with civil and legal obligations. Civil and legal obligations focused on the recognition that individuals as subjects should give to the authority of the state. By contrast, political obligations, BHIKHU suggested, concerned what obligations citizens owed to one another. And the content of these political obligations defined what individual citizens were required to do in order to create a flourishing political democracy. Now, BHIKHU's listing of these political obligations adds up to quite a demanding set of requirements, I might say. It becomes even more demanding, by the way, in the 2019 paper. In addition to, and I quote, the obligation to take an active interest in and to participate in the conduct of public affairs, they also include an obligation to nurture and help improve the quality of collective life, including to highlight and help alleviate material distress, the inequalities, the injustices, and various forms of repression that tend to accumulate in every polity. As BHIKHU notes, these obligations are grounded in the moral nature of human beings, and I sense in their formulation the influence of Gandhi's view of human nature, according to which individuals owe their existence to their parents and the society to which they belong, creating, and here I'm quoting BHIKHU again, a universal system of interdependence and concomitant obligations that reaches out beyond the individual. So the question I want to discuss in relationship to BHIKHU's distinction between political and civil obligations is what the relationship is between them. After all, logical difference does not imply absence of relation. So what is the character of that relation? And I'm going to consider that question by counterposing BHIKHU's theory of political obligation with that of Michael Oakeshott and Oakeshott's account of civil authority and obligation. I draw this comparison in part because Oakeshott's view is offered by BHIKHU as one leading example of the contrast in which he's interested, and in part because BHIKHU has long taken an interest in the work of Oakeshott, not least Oakeshott's introduction to his edited edition of Hobbes's Leviathan. And the figure of Leviathan will hover over my remarks later. Now, Oakeshott saw political authority and obligation as resting entirely in the recognition of those who he called cives of the relevant authority, without any supposition on the part of those cives that recognition involves discerning the utility of that recognition or approving of what the state prescribes. Indeed, he drew an analogy with the authority of the Marylebone Cricket Club over the rules of cricket, an analogy that prompted Brian Barry some years later in a typically caustic criticism to ask, who cares, to put it bluntly, what the rules of cricket are? I should also note, by the way, that Oakeshott was writing before the days of Kerry Packer. Now, irrespective of the merits of this cricket analogy, the basic point, I think, is clear. For Oakeshott, political obligation does not derive from a perception of the advantages of living in a state, but merely from the recognition by those subjects to the authority of the state of the state's right to impose its rules. Now, in the 1993 paper, and I think in the 2019 paper as well, BHIKHU shares with Oakeshott a characterization of civic obligations as not being based on the instrumental advantages that citizens derive from the activities of the state. Whereas Oakeshott grounds civil obligation in the recognized settled authority of the state, BHIKHU grounds it in the fact of the membership of a polity. Where he departs from Oakeshott is in thinking that beyond civic obligation, political obligation takes us to the moral obligation to uphold collective goods, turning the state into what Oakeshott would call an enterprise association, an association in which certain common purposes are shared by its members. In fact, in an article published in 1979, BHIKHU was critical, rightly so in my view, of Oakeshott's disparagement of there being purposes to the state, and his own political obligations clearly involve citizens making their contribution to a common, if historically involved and locally distinctive political culture. And it is therefore orientated towards certain collective purposes with certain common values being shared across members. And let me summarize that argument, or the steps in the argument, by saying that I think it follows the logic of the principle that for BHIKHU, membership precedes morals. Now, let me now suggest that even if we restrict ourselves to civic obligations, too great a weight is being placed on the category of membership to ground that obligation. For what happens when membership is disputed? As BHIKHU reports it, the dispute between Gandhi and Jinnah turned on the question of whether Muslims were a minority community in a plural civilization of a single state, or whether they were a nation entitled to a separate state. And I think a parallel line of argument also undermines the Oakeshottian conception of authority. Once we consider, as I think too few theorists of British nationhood do consider, the history of Ireland in relation to the United Kingdom. What did Oscar Wilde say? The history of Ireland is something that the Irish should never remember and the English should never forget. If membership is not sufficient, what might take its place? Here, I would like to suggest that we need to suppose that the possible members of a society need to consider the advantages of political authority, most notably the Hobbesian advantages of security of the person, as well as all the other goods that Hobbes identifies: industry and the culture of the earth, international trade via navigation, the skills revealed in commodious buildings, engineering skill, knowledge, as well as arts and sciences. Note, incidentally, by the way, that all of those are public goods in some quite strong sense of the term. So for some groups, deciding on membership of a polity, it's the balance of these advantages that has to be part of the calculation of, say, secession or union, where the spatial concentration of populations makes secession possible. For other groups, obtaining the collective benefits is intimately associated with the relative merits of different constitutional arrangements. But all hinges on this claim about what the advantages might be of associating oneself in a polity. Consider in this context the logic of constitutional negotiation in deeply divided societies, and the question of whether the constitution could be the charter of a stable social contract. In deeply divided societies, segmental loyalties are the primary source of political affiliation. Successful attempts at constitutional construction across those segments require that representatives of different social groups step back to some degree from their sectional attachments, so that they are able credibly to commit to an agreed constitutional order that represents on all sides some acceptable balance of power. Experience shows that some understanding of reciprocity and other virtues like patience are often necessary to reach viable constitutional agreements in these circumstances, and refer there to a very important book, I think, by John Horowitz. Notice also that the principle of reciprocity is one to which BHIKHU appealed quite strongly in his 2019 chapter on political obligations, which I think is part of where I think the evolution of this train of thought goes. Now, BHIKHU has rightly drawn attention to the need for political obligations to have an effective character. And since Glaucon first put the parable of the ring of Gyges to Socrates, it has been a constant question as to whether those with a reputation for justice would differ in their behaviour from the unjust, were their faults to be unobservable, as they would be for those who wore the ring of Gyges, which would turn the wearer invisible when it was turned round. And from this point of view, this question about the affective character of justice involves the principle that true justice requires inward affection, not just outward compliance. Now, contract theorists, and this is the family I move in, contract theorists have struggled to provide an account of such effect. But perhaps what we need on this question is much more than theory. We need the examples of individuals who can demonstrate in public their inward affection for justice. BHIKHU, if I may say so, I think you have been such a person throughout your professional and personal life. I quote the psalmist, "For the righteous will never be moved. He will be remembered forever." Thank you, BHIKHU.
Thank you very much, Albert. Colin, I take it your paper follows directly.
I think so, yes.
Please go ahead.
Well, what can I say that others haven't said? BHIKHU and I have known each other. The first thing I ever published came out in 1996. It was somebody, Sue Mendes at York, said to me, choose some very interesting pieces of writing and write an article about it. And I read 2 pieces by BHIKHU and thought, this is fascinating. So that's where I started. BHIKHU kindly wrote to me, and then when he found out I was moving to Hull to take up a lectureship, he decided to leave Hull. So take from that what you will. But subsequently he has moved back, and we have been going for our lunches, which now that you've moved to your son's house, I do miss. But anyway, they will continue in some form. My piece does, as Faisal says, it follows on very nicely, I think, from Albert's piece. It's about the same essay, but mine is about the 2019 version. It's not about the 1993 version, obviously, and it is an interesting contrast. And coming back to it, when it was reprinted in the 2019 version, I was thrown back all those years to when I first read it, when it first appeared. But early in the piece, BHIKHU writes that like any other organisation, membership of a polity necessarily entails obligations. The nature and content of these obligations depend both on the quality of one's membership and the character of the polity. Now, by the quality of one's membership, BHIKHU means one's formally ascribed status, I think. Hence, he distinguishes a full member, as he writes, whom we should call citizen, from a temporary or limited member. Privileging formal ascription in this way empowers the civil authorities, almost synonymously the state's perspective, on the quality of one's membership. By implication, it also privileges the state's interpretations of the obligations that are part of that formal ascription. BHIKHU develops his remarks solely in relation to, in his words, modern liberal democracy. He has spent much of his academic career adding often transformatory nuance to what he sees as three key assumptions of such a system, arguing for the individuation of persons, but not atomistic individualism, for a shared human nature, but not of a mainstream liberal type, and for a shared body of culturally inclusive laws. It's with this narrow context in mind that BHIKHU distinguishes between civil obligation, which requires individuals to obey the Constitution and the laws of the territory in which they reside, and political obligation, which requires them to maintain a thriving public sphere, a crucial function of which is to challenge the civil authority or state. Parekhian civil obligation is fulfilled to the extent that the individual behaves in the ways required of them by the Constitution and the system of laws to which they are subject. In the misconceived discourse piece, the 2019 version, the individual seems to be subject to legitimate coercion to ensure their compliance with one legal perspective, that is, one set of legal conceptions, procedures, norms, case law, and so on. Parekhian civil obligation is fulfilled then to the extent that the individual obeys the Constitution and system of laws to which they are subject. And use the word subject there in a very definite sense. Actually echoing a passage in Rousseau's Social Contract, where there's a distinction there between the citizen and the subject, about the person who's subject to the law and the person who makes them. Anyway, however, every system of law is notoriously complex, ambiguous, inconsistent, and biased towards some values and interests. The oppressions that result are frequently egregious. It's for this reason that citizens are under political obligations as well as civil obligations. BHIKHU characterises political obligations as, quote, the obligations to take an active interest in the conduct of public affairs, to highlight and protest against injustices, to help maintain the integrity of the public realm, etc. He refers to turning up at public meetings and standing for public office, as well as writing political poetry and producing political art. More than this, BHIKHU emphasises that, quote, rebellion, revolution, and civil disobedience are also political activities. While at one level they signify the breakdown of normal politics, at another level they reflect an attempt to expand, deepen, and reconstitute its basis. Now, I think the latter example throws into sharp focus the difficulty of maintaining not merely a practical distinction between civil and political obligation understood in BHIKHU's terms, but also maintaining a conceptual distinction between them. This difficulty is reflected in BHIKHU's insistence from the middle of the paper onwards that civil institutions are authoritatively only because, should that be only to the extent that, they are endorsed by the population that are subject to them. This insistence is in great tension with the great with the initial implication that, echoing Oakeshott, the civil authority's authority is sui generis. It seems that the distinction between civil and political spheres has become significantly blurred, and with it the distinction between civil and political obligation has largely collapsed. One might take this further. BHIKHU speaks about civil obligation as if the civil authority was a single entity. However, this alleged homogeneity is largely a fiction. It's not merely a common, it is a commonplace of constitutional and political fictions in most countries in the UK, including the UK. It relies, though, on an oversimplification of the process of law creation and implementation, which elides many issues around the reality of legislative and executive practice, the authority of common law and case law, and the relative authority of legislation and the government and the country's fundamental constitutional principles. Civil obligation is as fragmented a notion as the civil authority itself, therefore. Hence, despite acknowledging diversity within the public realm, more is needed to properly integrate that diversity into BHIKHU's analysis of civil obligation. Even more than for civil life, political life is an umbrella concept containing a heteronymous range of activities within a series of domains of collective life. BHIKHU insists on this fact. Yet again, more is needed to bring out the diversity of domains more explicitly and systematically. In particular, one should acknowledge, firstly, the increasing intersectionality of personal identity, and secondly, the role of institutions in the creation of social identities that articulate in simplified, power-laden form by social institutions and fictions, such as that of one's culture. Importantly, although focused on individuals as unique sites of identity and oppression, intersectional personal identities are compatible with an intersubjective social ontology. Indeed, many of us see some such ontology as intrinsic to intersectionality. Crucially, however, these intersubjective processes are inherently perspectival, in the sense that an individual's identity arises from their interpretation of the ways in which they are viewed and treated by the numerous persons and institutions that intersect in their lives. This perspectival individuation of personal identity creates significant complexities for any theory of authorization in the public realm, such as is entailed by BHIKHU's theory of political obligation. Institutions such as the civil authority, civil obligation, and political obligation are Durkheimian facts that are also ideas and purposes. Ideas in that they are constituted by the concepts and commitments that individuals share regarding them, and as purposes, they continue to exist for weak functionalist reasons, if not strong functionalist ones. By interacting through such institutions, individuals come to experience an intersubjectively constituted world from their own particular perspectives. These intersectional individuals constitute social groups, the public realm, and so on, but do so only to the extent that their interpretations overlap with those of other persons. One finds echoes of these conclusions in BHIKHU's analysis of obligation. For example, he writes that, quote, "Our shared institutions and practices generate an ethos that vitally shapes our conceptions of ourselves and our conduct." BHIKHU's civil political distinction does not capture this point to some extent, then. Nevertheless, I suggest that it does not yet fully take account of the fragmentation and intersectionality of human experience and the personal compromises and silences that are required to make a meaningful sense of collective identity and belonging. When one takes account of such things, I suggest, with respect, that crucial problems arise for BHIKHU's claim that the political support that grounds civil obligation is manifested and conferred through cultural groups which bring together like-minded individuals. Such approaches require an clear articulation of the way in which intersectional individuals can authorize such groups, and the way in which those groups can authorize the civil authority through their political endorsement of it. What I find remarkable about the essay is actually it doesn't fit as well with some of his other writings that one finds, say, in Rethinking Multiculturalism and The Politics of Identity. And that's why I think, although it is, as Albert has observed, a fascinating contribution to the literature on political obligation, and one that I'm using in my attempt to derive a moral duty to protest at present, I still think that there's more needs to be done, but it needs to be done by turning to BHIKHU's other writings as a supplement to the essay on misconceived discourse of political obligation. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Cecile.
Thanks. So I'm really honored to have been invited to join this gathering, and I thank Faisal for this. I still remember my feeling of excitement when I arrived at the University of Hull as a master's student in 1992, and I read BHIKHU PAREKH's paper on the implications of the Rushdie affair for political philosophy. And to me, that piece illuminated many dimensions of the so-called headscarf affair, which had erupted in my home country in France a couple of years earlier. And I really hadn't read anything like BHIKHU's piece before. So that was a piece that lucidly and patiently set out the conceptual issues and ethical dilemmas that explained our perplexity in the face of pressing public debates. And reading the piece again the other day, it just struck me how visionary BHIKHU had been really in that piece, in setting the agenda for the political philosophy of multiculturalism, integration, political obligation, and free speech for decades to come. So in this brief comment, I want to focus on one of the many themes on this agenda to which BHIKHU has made a signal contribution, and I want to say a few things about free speech and hate speech. And I want to focus in particular on the far-right attack on universities, particularly the Trump administration, but also the Modi government for several years already. So one of the many complaints of the Trump administration concerns university speech. Universities, the right claims, have been unwarrantedly politicized. And I want to focus on two claims that they make. First one is universities are illegitimately political when they fail to shut down partisan protests, such as pro-Gaza protests. And two, universities are unwarrantedly political when they enforce standards of woke civility on campuses. So conservatives invoke the notion of university political restraint to demand both the repression of protest and an end to university speech codes and so-called woke cancel culture. So in my view, and I've argued elsewhere, there is something to the idea of university political restraint. So I think universities generally should avoid to take stances about external political matters and events. But the question is, how do their duties of external institutional restraint relate to how they regulate speech internally? So I think they don't. I think those duties don't have anything to do with the regulation of speech. So universities should not be restrained in the pursuit of the goals and ideals that are at the core of their mission. So to answer the right-wing critique, I think we need to explain what the pursuit by universities of their specific missions, what that entails for speech on campus. So I want to address three conservative challenges in turn. The first one says roughly something like no politics on campuses. So within universities, students should study. They shouldn't engage in political activism. And that really belies two facts, I think. The first one is that no more free speech rights which prohibit discrimination against the content of speech surely extend to university campuses, where students live, work, and socialize. And if you remember, the Berkeley free speech movement in the 1960s arose precisely to protest the ban on political activities on campus. Second, universities play, and historically have played, a key role in fostering students' capacities for critical citizenship, and students' political speech is healthy in democracies. And historically, universities have been ferments for new political ideas and resistance to established power, from anti-war to anti-segregation to anti-apartheid protest. Now, of course, all protests should be subjected to time, place, and manner restrictions such that they do not disturb the main educational and research activities of the universities, which is their core mission, of course. The second conservative complaint is that it's something like no one-sided protest on campus. So an argument I've heard at Sciences Po in Paris, for example, is that the university can legitimately curtail the expression of pro-Palestinian protesters on the ground that they offer a biased representation of the diversity of views within the university on the conflict. So here, the regulation of freedom of expression is justified by a call for the promotion of viewpoint diversity. But I think this is a fundamental misunderstanding of free speech. The point of free speech on campus is not to guarantee viewpoint diversity or the equality of all opinions. What it only does is to prohibit authorities from suppressing opinions on the basis of a negative judgment about the viewpoint they express. This is called no viewpoint discrimination. So universities, therefore, contrast some conservative claims. Universities cannot invoke their duty of political restraint or their supposed neutrality to seek to regulate or control the free expression of opinions on campus. They must simply ensure that no student or no student association, regardless of their political opinions, is denied access to the same opportunities for free expression on campus. In sum, universities cannot invoke their own stance of political restraint to rid campus of political speech. So institutional restraint, on my view, limits the speech of universities, but not the speech in universities. Now, this doesn't mean that speech can never be regulated on campus. What it means is that when it is regulated, it must be so by reference to the specific missions pursued by the universities. So to see this, let us turn to the third complaint of conservatives. And this time, it's a complaint about the policing of offensive speech on campus. So many conservatives lament the university's effort to enforce standards of civility on campus and their occasional deplatforming of invited speakers or punishment of students or faculty for hateful speech. Now, of course, you probably will have noticed that conservatives have got themselves in a model here, because one of their complaints against the university's response to the Gaza protest was that universities had failed to repress instances of anti-Semitism, right? Assuming here that what they mean by anti-Semitism is not simply a criticism of Israel's war. But of course, to be able to sanction anti-Semitism, which I think you should, to be able to sanction anti-Semitism, universities must be able to apply the very campus speech codes that US conservatives have spent 2 decades criticizing. Recall that in the US, by contrast to England and I think India, in the US, hate speech is protected by the Constitution. Right? So although the First Amendment does not apply to private universities, therefore they have discretion about how to regulate speech internally. So it's very easy, and we see it from the conservative rhetoric, it's quite easy to weaponize free speech for the pursuit of your pet cause. So we need clear and general principles here. So what kind of speech should be regulated or curtailed on campus? Well, I think it follows from the university's mission that it should not tolerate speech that denies the basic standing of persons defined by their race, ethnicity, gender, religion, nationality, or sexual orientation. So what is commonly called hate speech is fundamentally incompatible with the university's mission to provide inclusive educational environments, notably for members of groups that have historically been excluded or sidelined from higher education. Now, one obvious objection here is that surely universities should be places of vigorous contestation and critique, places where ideas should be fought with ideas, and where speech should be fought with counter-speech. But as we've learned from the critical speech theory of philosophers such as Delgado, Lawrence, Matsuda, McKinnon, and Waldron, speech that denies the basic standing of persons is often speech that literally silences. That is, speech that disables the very terms of the participation on which robust exchange of ideas is based. And indeed, the adoption by many US colleges and universities of hate speech codes in the 1990s was a response to fairly egregious instances of racist or misogynist speech of this kind. So two notorious examples: when Michigan students declared open season on black people, or when a Yale fraternity had at its motto, no means yes, yes means anal. So what this kind of speech does is really to undermine the status of a black person, black people or women, as persons with the standing to be engaged with in the first place. So I think that's a simple sense in which hate speech threatens universities' mission to create inclusive educational environments. So limitations on speech are legitimate when they serve to ensure that all members of the university can participate on discourse as fully recognized members of that community. And this is, as it's actually the former NYU vice provost put it, this is what snowflakes get right about free speech. The speech of white supremacists, anti-Semites, Islamophobes, and misogynists can legitimately be banned from university campuses insofar as and when it silences black people, Jews, Muslims, or women. All that said, I think conservatives do make a valid point when they, in their multifaceted attack on what they call campus wokeism. Because crucially, the objective harm of silencing should not be conflated with the mere offense of being subjected to objectionable ideas. Right? Hate speech really signals an affront to status, not merely an unpleasant feeling of offense. And I think there are problematic trends in the way that new generations of students demand that universities be safe spaces, protecting them from exposure to disturbing or offensive ideas, particularly within the classroom. So I think that betrays a profound misunderstanding of what universities are about. They are not engaged in making ideas safe for students. They really should make students safe for ideas. And it is, I think, regrettable that sometimes or often university administrators do not always step up to defend the brave spaces of academic learning and sometimes cave in to appease complaining students. So what BHIKHU has argued about the regulation of hate speech, therefore, I think applies neatly to campus speech. And the hard questions, of course, will concern what counts as hate speech, how do we distinguish it from mere offense, and how do we reconcile this with the academic freedom of teachers and researchers? So universities, on my view, should generally be more robust in defending the integrity of their mission, even in the face of the right-wing onslaught against their perceived politicization. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cecile. PAREKH.
I was able to celebrate it by publishing a symposium in Ethnicities, the journal Ethnicities, on the very day of his 90th birthday, about 5 months ago. And many of you, some of you who are still here today, actually were contributors to that symposium, as you will know. And those who haven't yet seen the symposium, I encourage you to have a look at it. I think it's a very fitting tribute to BHIKHU, just as today is a wonderful tribute to BHIKHU. So, having done that, this is a less personal, a post-tribute talk. I first met you, BHIKHU, in about January, February 1989. It was the time of the Satanic Verses affair and of new thinking about multiculturalism. And I met BHIKHU because he was interviewing me for a job at the Commission for Racial Equality. An unusual starting point for intellectual mentorship and for a long, close friendship, but one of the twists and turns of our lives. And perhaps helped by the fact that I first met BHIKHU in print in my postgraduate days in the 1970s. I read a number of things by him, none to do with multiculturalism, specifically, or above all, two things to do with Michael Oakeshott. Firstly, an essay, a very long essay by him on political philosophy, a kind of methodological or meta essay on political philosophy in a Festschrift to Michael Oakeshott, which has already been referred to by somebody already today, which BHIKHU and Preston King edited and published in 1968. And then in autumn 1979, the two of us, quite separately and without any communication, both published an article in different journals arguing that Michael Oakeshott's thought was discontinuous in certain important respects that hadn't been noticed by a lot of his followers, like some of the crowd at the LSC, and by one of his intellectual biographers, W.H. Greenleaf, because we argued that Oakeshott had at least two different views about philosophy and its relationship to other activities. A view that he expounded in his early work, Experience and Its Modes, and a view that he less elaborately presented or was implicit in various parts of his essays in Rationalism in Politics. We were both students of Experience and Its Modes and could see how its view of philosophy was quite different from Rationalism in Politics. Most readers only tended to read in depth the latter and only superficially read Experience and Its Modes, and so assumed they were saying the same things where they addressed the same themes, but actually they were saying different things. As BHIKHU has noted, he got his idea of philosophy from Experience and Its Modes. The idea that philosophy is thought without presuppositions, where all presuppositions are open to question and are questioned. Experience and Its Modes was also important in my own intellectual formation, but I got from it a different idea, the idea of modes of experience, that there are different kinds of activities, intellectual activities like science and history, other kinds of activities like politics and religion and moral life and so on, and they all had a certain kind of coherence of their own, which became incoherent if they were mixed with another mode, and in any case, philosophy hovered above them all in this endless questioning of presuppositions. And I kind of assimilated that idea of modes of experience to some things that I was learning from Wittgenstein at the time, things that could be called forms of life or language games. But that then created a problem for me, namely the relationship between philosophy and politics. And that's what my PhD was devoted to examining the relationship between these two activities, showing how Oakeshott forces them apart, and I bring together, borrowing R.G. Collingwood's idea of rapprochement, which is best known for the way that he handled philosophy and history, but he also related it to philosophy and politics, and I built on that in my own way. Oddly, this didn't seem to be a problem for Bhikkhu. He reveled in political philosophy, and he reveled in public intellectual engagement, even in political administration, as at the CRE, but didn't seem to offer an account of how the two were connected. In a recent article, Varun has drawn attention to what political philosophy means for Bhikkhu. And even though it doesn't quite ask the same question as mine, i.e. what I'm asking here, it is definitely worth considering, and to some extent Varun did draw on it very briefly in his presentation this morning. Varun looks at rethinking multiculturalism, especially the first very long chapter, 100 or more pages, the long history of ideas chapter of what Western philosophy has had to say about culture and cultural diversity. Bhikkhu there says that multiculturalism is a perspective on human life. And Varun says that Bhikkhu is philosophizing by questioning Allah, experience in its modes, questioning the presuppositions of multiculturalism. These are identified as three. A, human beings are influenced by cultures. B, these cultures are internally plural. C, cultural diversity is valuable. Bhikkhu explores or questions these presuppositions by looking at their place in some identifiable traditions of political thought. Again, a methodology, Varun argues, borrowed from Oakeshott, this time from his splendid introduction to Leviathan, Hobbes's Leviathan, Oakeshott's introduction, which Albert briefly referred to as well. The traditions in this very long chapter of rethinking multiculturalism, the first 100 pages, the traditions here are mainly a kind of monistic universalism as per Plato and Aristotle and others, or a monadistic cultural pluralism as per Herder, with each culture being a monad. And thirdly, diversity as liberty and individuality as per John Stuart Mill and Isa Berlin. Bhikkhu mainly shows that all these understandings are inadequate, in relation to the three presuppositions, are inadequate and certainly do not do justice to the presuppositions of multiculturalism. This is a highly original argument and is part of the treasure in the PAREKH chest. My methodological or meta-ruminations lead me to this. If Varun is right, that what we are witnessing in this long chapter is philosophy, and the presuppositions are approached by showing the limitations of extant traditions of thought, then what happens in the rest of the book? The remaining 2/3, that is widely acknowledged as one of the masterpieces on multiculturalism. Multiculturalism there is explored not as a tradition of political thought, because it doesn't yet exist as a tradition of political thought, but as a perspective. And so, what is a perspective? And how does it relate to a tradition of thought? Moreover, can that part of the book be simply understood as questioning presuppositions, when in various parts of the book, quite firm statements, prescriptions even, are made and conclusions drawn about what is the right and the wrong way to live in a multiculturalist way, and to practice politics in that way. So, my multi-part question, to which I don't have the answer, just throwing up a question, hope the question's of interest. So my multi-part question is, how are we to understand the relationships between philosophy as nothing more or less than the questioning of presuppositions, which ceases once one starts making statements of any other kind, anything other than questioning, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, or another hand I should say here, traditions of political thought, and multiculturalism as a perspective on human life, and multiculturalism as a political theory. And finally, on your sixth hand, the promotion of multiculturalist politics.
Thank you all very much. Questions, comments? Shruti.
So it's a question completely out of ignorance, because I would like to know from the first speaker,
Albert.
Sorry. Really, I mean, who according to him wins out in this understanding, contrary understanding of obligation between Oakeshott and PAREKH? So both actually, this goes to actually the first two, as it were, speakers, because you both are quite po-faced on that debate. And whereas Cecile is quite contrary, since she's taken a position to unravel what might be the stakes in terms of obligation and speech. So I was just curious into the first two speakers, especially PAREKH, in relation to Oakeshott. I would like to hear more out of ignorance, really, as I say, that positioning.
Great, so Albert and then Colin. Albert?
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, I mean, I think I can be quite straightforward on this, actually, which is I pretty well agree with BHIKHU's critique of Oakeshott. I mean, I think it's just implausible to suppose that you can have a conception of political life which doesn't involve some notion of collective goods, which are somehow shared between people. Now, Oakeshott is critical of that because he thinks that there are various purposes that are served by the state. Let me just draw attention to the whimsicality of Oakeshott's position. So I didn't have time to cite this in my remarks, but there's a very famous passage in about page 154 on human conduct, where he says, well, how can the state have authority? Well, doesn't get authority from the instrumental advantages that it might have, and it doesn't call, given how burdensome the rules are. If you just think about it, it's nothing else it could have. It doesn't have any of these other things, so it must have authority. Well, that seems to me to suffer the failure of any argument by elimination, which is it supposes that you've completely specified all the logically possible alternatives. I think that Oakeshott at that point, I think, was in his libertarian mode. I only ever met him once when he was giving a talk at Durham. And I asked a young man, I asked him what he thought about Rawls, and he thought that Rawls was a big balloon that would soon burst. But he liked Nozick very much, despite all the talk on rights. And I think the reason why he liked Nozick is that he shared that libertarian instinct that it's not the purpose of the state to impose purposes on its citizens. And I think there's something in that thought. What I think it fails, and I think this is where BHIKHU was quite correct, is that it fails to acknowledge the extent to which it is the purpose of the state to draw out, so to speak, the implicit requirements of its citizens and to serve their needs and their interests.
Thank you.
I don't know how far that goes to meeting your question, but that's my response.
That's very useful.
Yeah. I thought, is there a clean glass at the back, please, for Terry? Thank you.
Thank you.
I've just been sitting here drinking my water and feeling incredibly guilty, not guilty enough to go and get a glass. Anyway, no, so it's an interesting. I agree with everything that Albert said. I think I find it. I can understand from a biographical point of view why people focus on Bhikkhu's debts to Oakeshott. I think actually there's that. It's never going. That Oakeshott's position in on human conduct will never deliver the type of politics that Bhikkhu was looking for. And I still regard that 5 pages at the end of the article that he did. And I've read a lot. My work is in British idealism, and that 5 pages is the most succinct devastation of Oakeshott's position. Whether and that seems to me a wonderful piece of work. What I would say is, because I have another paper, which if you've got another 40 minutes, I'll give. But that one is about, because I give Bhikkhu the greatest compliment I can possibly give to anybody. I regard him as a British idealist.
Right.
But not of the Oakeshottian kind. I think it's T.H. Green, and I think particularly Bernard Bosanquet. Now my personal favour falls with Green, because I think there's more in this in terms of actual practical politics. But there is so much in the philosophical theory of the state by Bosanquet that matches onto Bhikkhu's theory, and I've spoken to him as well. But maybe at some point he'll talk about that. Yeah. No. So that's my long-winded answer, and I could go on forever. So thank you.
Ruth, did you have a question or? Oh.
I'm just saying that's very interesting.
Yes, we have a question in the back.
Thank you all so much for the wonderful panel and the wonderful day. It's just been a fantastic celebration. My question is for Professor Laborde. I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about the difference between offence and harm status, and maybe even a kind of like example of what this is. Because I wonder if part of this narrative falls into this idea that young people today are snowflakes. They can't handle the big ideas that we used to, throw around in the classroom. I actually find that maybe, just in my experience, but in general, it's actually a lot of the scholars that get accused of this who are the most engaged in things that are not only kind of offensive, but really harmful to their status, right? So it's women's scholars who are looking at feminism and historic injustice against women. It's scholars of colour who are looking at the history of the transatlantic slave trade in my case. So it seems like these are the scholars who actually know the most about these harms to status, who are most frequently in the presence of really offensive material. And that maybe some of this seems like there's some smoke, but I can't really find the fire amongst the people who are being accused of it. So I just wondering if we could hear a little more about that.
Yeah, thank you. There are some interesting statistics about actual instances of counseling in the US. And interestingly, despite all that rhetoric about snowflakism and woke culture, the statistics show that actually two-thirds of actual counseling came from the right. And of the successful ones, 3/4 came from the right. So one way in which the right has won the cultural wars is by making it, making people believe that there is a threat to speech from the left, when in fact the main threat has always been from the right, including concerning those scholars that you talk about. Now, on the distinction, on the kind of philosophical question about the distinction between harm to status and offense, I think is critical to this question, and I think we're going to have to get it right, because there's quite a bit of literature already on this, and one way I would put it is this: offense to status is an offense to your status as a person with your own ideas, whereas some cases of offense are offense against the ideas that you believe in. Right? So I think we want to distinguish your status as a person, as a student, as a scholar, as a citizen, being challenged and being undermined, such that you're not worth being listened to me that's a harm to social standing. Whereas you just being offended by the idea I have, or the idea I attribute to you, to me that's a lesser harm. Now I'm not saying it's not harmful. Here, obviously, what I'm interested in the legal regulation of speech, right? So we might want to distinguish between legal harms and moral harms, of course, and we might have a separate discussion about what are the norms of civility that should govern our discourse. What I'm interested here is when norms are enforced. So to me, I would simply enforce, as you could tell, a fairly minimal set of norms that literally undermine the standing of persons as in their capacity to contribute to the discourse to start with. Another way that people describe it, they sometimes say harm to social standing is objective, so it can be measured intersubjectively or outside of the relevant interaction, whereas offense is purely subjective harm. Right? So an offense happens when you offended, regardless of whether you have grounds to be offended. I'm not entirely sure I'll prefer this. I think I would stick to the first preliminary account of the distinction. But thank you. That was great. Thank you.
Please take it. Yes.
Yes, I just wanted an interesting juxtaposition between PAREKH and Seal. When PAREKH mentioned that he found very attractive the idea of these different modes of experience and separated out politics from various kinds of other more academic activities like history and science and so on. And this made me think back to Seal, and I wonder what Seal thought about people who, within universities, see it as their role, at least a substantial part of their role, to promote political objectives. In other words, use the privileges, really, of being at a university, giving lectures, giving conferences, and so on and so forth, to promote political aims. And whether that isn't some kind of conflation of these different modes of experience, that in fact it's important that the university should, in some sense, not that the campus as a physical space should prohibit political activities, I think that's, on that you're absolutely right, but whether within the lecture theatre, so to speak, we should not be involved in politics as the mode of experience.
Okay.
PAREKH.
Thanks, David. I mean, I'm not entirely sure which examples you have in mind here. I just said two things. Firstly, I think it's part of academic freedom that we don't want to give universities the prerogative to distinguish what pertain to you being an activist or you being a scholar, right? So it's also about, academic freedom precisely requires that scholars on the whole, as a profession, can determine our own standards of what counts as good scholarship. So I think the last thing we want is administrators or universities telling you, David Miller, social justice, that's really political. You can't write on social justice because that's too political. So I think that's why I think there's something to be said for peer review and the internal standards we have within disciplines to assess what counts as good work, right? So that's one reason for why, even if a scholar is engaged in he or she promotes social justice in their lectures, or that's one reason for why we don't want an external intervention. I think it's for her colleagues to tell her, look, that's just too political, it's not academic enough, it's not going to fly in a peer-reviewed journal. So that's it. Yeah, that's the two things I want to say. I just bundled them into one. So there's, I suppose the separate point I wanted to make is about activism outside the classroom, right? And that again, historically, if you look at the first brief by the Association of University Professors in the US in 1915, that's the one thing they wanted to protect, was the right of professors. In that day, it was the right of economics professors to be critical of the existing neoliberal, the existing free market ideology. Right? So I think that's also crucially important part of academic freedom. That it protects both political activity outside the university, and inside the classroom and inside the lectures, to me, that there should be self-restraint on the part of academics in terms of how they present the discipline they're supposed to teach and research on. But I don't want to see the universities or administrators regulate what we say to our students.
Yeah. Just for the sake of clarity, David, so what I was saying was about the ideas that I found attractive from experiences modes. So this was like, I suppose, finishing my undergraduate days, my master's period. But I then found it problematic trying to put things together after having separated them out. And the two things that I did want to put together were philosophy and politics, which Oakeshott had made conceptually impossible to put together. So I wasn't liking that part, I was disliking that part, and my PhD mainly consisted of trying to work out how to show Oakeshott that he was wrong. And to do that, I borrowed, I lent to some extent on Collingwood and his ideas of rapprochement rather than the idea of modality, because Collingwood too was very mindful of how different kinds of activities, the more complex they are and so on, come to have a logic and coherence of their own and a certain kind of integrity and autonomy. But he didn't take that autonomy to mean the kind of categorical separation that Oakeshott did. So I preferred rapprochement to modalities or modalities plus questioning presuppositions. And as a matter of fact, I'm not at all of the view that somehow in subjects like ours, disciplines like ours, we have to mute our political views. I think if our work, whether it's as readers of texts or historians or through normative reasoning, sociological research, whatever it may be, if our research leads us to create certain kinds of political arguments, I think that is extremely legitimate, both within our schoolrooms, classes, lecture rooms, and so on, and also, I would say, as a kind of, democratic civic contribution in forms of intellectual engagement with citizens and publics, insofar as we can get any hearing, usually pretty difficult. So I want to argue for bringing these things together where they're reasoned and argued. What I will say is, so I work, as you know, I work a lot in the sociological research community, especially focused on issues like migration and minorities and so on. And everybody there, including, it's actually a kind of mission statement of my school at the University of Bristol in sociology, that we do critical sociology. And unfortunately, I think a lot of what's called critical X, whatever it is, usually, critical sociology, critical migration studies and so on, is not critical enough or not critical in the right way. So if you like, it's critical in a kind of Kantian way, in that it sees concepts, categories, including social concepts and social categories, as forms of constructions which have to be deconstructed because the world is not a good enough place to live in and we should be trying to improve it. And I'm not against that second sentiment, but I think that the kind of critical perspective we should have is not just Kantian but also Socratic, so that we question everything. And if you like, this is a bridge back to the philosophy of experience and its modes, including our own assumptions and perspectives. And unfortunately, a lot of people who say they work in critical X simply assume a package, a normative package, which they may have questioned once, like 15 years ago, and now just redeploying it all the time. Its normative capital is extremely attenuated but they carry on kind of arguing as if all their research conclusions are based on these assumptions, and these assumptions don't need any more interrogation. And that's, I don't think, a very good use of the concept of critical.
So, Colin and then Shruti.
Yeah, I'm very firmly of the view that a lectern isn't a pulpit. That a lectern is not a pulpit. And I see too much of that, and this talks to the point that Tariq was making at the end here. I think if we're standing up to teach people, they should be teaching them precisely as Tariq has said, with critical views, and we should be presenting the counter-arguments as strongly as we present ones that we support ourselves and alternative views. When we go to publish in academic journals, then we should be presenting an argument which may well favour, well, which hopefully does favour a particular position over others, but we do it in a way that lives up to critical academic standards. But there are other modes, precisely, earlier, middle of last week, I gave a lecture to, and a talk to the York humanists about protest legislation, which had a very particular view. But then, again, and that was, even in that, it wasn't propaganda. I was brought there because I was an academic. And I talked to them and I said, this is my view. Engagement are profoundly important here. But yes, under no circumstances should a lectern ever become a pulpit.
Just a very quick question to Cecile, which was really, Tariq made it very clear. I'm fine with what you say, like there's no difference of opinion or even the way you've charted it. But I suppose the skepticism I have, and it's not a settled debate, but all sides of the free speech debate are convinced that the universities have a civic duty. I'm not sure that is the case. So I think, I was just wondering if I could draw you out, because the idea that universities offer citizenship is a very recent phenomenon coming from pretty much the AUP thing that you cite, and as it were, trade unionism in the American academic world. But universities have predated democracy, and is it like what is, can I say something completely controversial? That the pursuit of knowledge is actually a very elite and unequal process. So this is not an argument for elite education or stopping access, but the fact of research is a very inherently unequal pursuit, if I can put it like that, highly individualistic. So I was just curious as to where you stand on democracy and whether the work of the institution is to foster citizenship or not.
Great, thanks very much, Rudy, that's great. So I can say more about my conception of university.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I share with you a fairly conservative view of what universities are for. So I think universities are there for the development and dissemination of knowledge. I also think they have part of their mission is also incidental, which is that they shouldn't make that knowledge, which is a public good, they shouldn't make that knowledge inaccessible or only accessible to a tiny elite. So in that sense, whichever mechanism you use to make sure that whatever knowledge you produce is accessible to, and it's compatible with meritocracy and things that you're referring to, I think, right? So that's the core mission of the university to me. So I don't think it's one of the core missions of the university that it has a civic purpose. That's not what I meant to imply. I meant to imply that when we think of speech on campus, the fact that students spend a lot of time on campus means that's a place where they're going to acquire their first political skills, and that's how it should be. And I think, so I want to make a strong distinction. Perhaps some scholars are not happy with this, but I want to make a distinction between the classroom as in the place where we teach and research, and the campus. So I think the classroom is where the core mission of the university is, and it's defined in a particular way. The campus is a strange space, right? It's between the university and civil society, and that's where I think we need a slightly different theory of what kind of speech should be allowed and regulated. And so my conception of the kind of civic capacities of students really pertain to the latter, not necessarily to the former.
Thank you.
Well, I know we have, I see all kinds of hands, but including on the panel, and I'm very sorry. I want to keep us no more than half an hour late. We are half an hour late. So, according to the new schedule, it's half an hour because we're missing one person. But what I would like us to do is, before I ask you to join me in thanking our speakers, I want to suggest that we go and take our tea and coffee, return, and then we shall have BHIKHU speak to us, after which there shall be a wine reception downstairs on the lawn, and we can speak more.
Freely.
More freely. So please join me in thanking our speakers, Albert. Sorry about that.
No.
Would you please take your seats? We're ready to conclude this session.
By the way, coming, people are coming. And also, when we go for drinkies, we must have pictures together.
Must have.
Yes, I want to have a picture with you, and I want a picture of the three of us.
This is what happens when you go to India and come back from India. Everything in the language of must. You must
No,
have
I meant
picture.
please. I mean, I would love it.
Of course.
Yes. Garden. Again, against the brutalist building. I quite like that. Yeah, it's very nice. I didn't realize that somebody has actually made a poster of the brutalist building. Yeah, my college has brutalist. No, I love it.
Nearby, they gave it to us.
This is that yours. Let's go in the front. Because then I'll have to. Is it okay to go on the side? Let's go in the front.
So I'm sure you'll all agree we've had a day of rich discussion, half a day. And now we conclude with some words from BHIKHU PAREKH, who has had to listen with some embarrassment, I'm sure, to various encomia delivered to himself, all of which were sincere and entirely correct, but nevertheless did not spare him the embarrassment. BHIKHU, would you like to say a few words? You have remained conspicuously silent in our discussion so far, apart from over lunch and tea. And I have wondered what you have thought of these many discussions about your work and your career. Many things, of course, have come up. A number of them repeatedly. For instance, your relationship with intellectual and otherwise with Oakeshott, your work in the days of the Satanic Verses affair and how it has come to set a precedent for the way in which we think about such issues in our own time, your understanding of Gandhi as a moral thinker and his relationship to politics, and many others. But I think it would be wonderful to hear from you some of your reflections.
There's a very large curriculum that you have set me. Can you hear me at the back? Because during the day there was a problem from time to time. One couldn't hear at the back. You can hear me at the back. But you can't answer the question unless you heard it. Well, look, I mean, in response to what Faisal has said, I'll say a few words, make a few general remarks, not about me and Oakeshott, although that has now become history. And I don't know how many of you would be interested in the relationship of a student who came from India here in 1959 with only one name on his lips, Oakeshott. That's the man I wanted to work with. Because when in fact he was appointed, there was a news item in the Times of India saying the great Lasky has been replaced by Oakeshott. And it was seen as a great downfall for a great institution to have appointed someone like him. Well, I saw him from a distance, didn't become friends with him until about 1963, when he invited me over for a cup of tea. I got to know him well, and I must say, he became very affectionate, almost fatherly. And I was one of the very few students to be taken out by him for lunches or dinners from time to time. Great friends. And whatever philosophy I know, I never read the bloody thing. I learned it from Oakeshott, asking him questions. He had done the work. I think he then began to think that I was not just a student, but I was an acolyte, that I was a guru. He was a guru, and I was his panda, the man carrying his flag bearer. So that in 1980s, when I was asked to write an essay on Oakeshott, long essay, along with Oakeshott, and the next one was on Popper, and third one was on Berlin, by John Gray, for British Journal of Political Science. I went and saw him again, and I said, look, I have to write about you. Can you clarify your views on this, that, and the other? Which he did. And I did tell him that I'm rather critical of some of these views. He said, my ideas are of property for the world to do what they like. Fine, I wrote what I thought was proper, and that was a mistake. That was a mistake. I didn't realize how much he had felt hurt by the fact that the British Academy had ignored him, that academic establishment had ignored him, that even though he was reaching the age of retirement around 66, 67, he was still not an FBA or anything like that. It wounded him. Also, his book on human conduct came out in 72, and that got reviews like any other. That wasn't enough for the great man. A great man deserves great reviews. So he wanted a big symposium, big this, big that, organized. Didn't happen. So he said the academic world was also hopeless, incapable of appreciating someone of his stature. I'm sorry, I have a bad throat. That increased the sense of hurt, that the academic establishment was against him. The result, in short, was that when I went to see him, after publishing the
Just 1 second, we're getting your
Get your glass. Yeah. No, Rajiv is bringing one.
Rajiv put out a plea for a clean glass.
Yeah.
No, just this coming. 1 second. I would have got it. Sorry.
I got something for you as well. Do you want a fisherman's friend?
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, fisherman's friend.
Sorry.
So I wrote the article. He was not very pleased, and he sent me back a copy of the off-print of the article, which I sent him, with comments in the margin and comments everywhere saying, why do you mislead your reader? I never said that. Overuse of this kind of the carping sort of thing. I preserved it. The result was that I didn't have the courage to see him again, in case he was very furious. For a year and a half I didn't see him. Then I wrote to him saying, dear Michael, you seem to be upset, may I come and see you? And he said, no.
Wow. Wow.
I never saw him. And writing that wretched article has become one of the greatest pains of my life, because I knew him, looked upon him almost like a son, because he was very protective about it. So today, when some of you made kind references to me being like a father and whatever, it brought back some wonderful, very pleasant, and also slightly bitter memories of a fatherhood gone wrong.
Gosh.
Anyway, that's one part of the story about my relations with Oxford. And I think lots of his friends who knew him well saying that his seminars had become seminary, and that he had become like a guru, the head of a clan, and therefore had to protect his honor and that of his own followers. I don't know how a mind as sharp, as beautiful, as elegant as him could go through that kind of thing, and the kind of havoc that the academic life can cause.
Yes.
I have not yet fully assimilated.
Correct.
Partly because I didn't have time to talk to him afterwards. I would have loved to ask him. I don't know if he's still listening up there, he may be. But if he is, I would ask him. I wrote an article in bits of in various places. According to you, I have misrepresented your thought. Apologies. All the criticisms I made of you wrong, and he said this is all rubbish. No criticism was accepted. All right, my criticisms are mistaken. Can we be friends? Or can I once at least before I die, before you die, come and shake your hands and say, thank you, Michael. In those days when I was, and remember LSE, like Oxford, in those days was a very difficult place, because for many PhD students from India had acute difficulties. They were never used to writing anything. I never wrote anything during 6 years, 4 years of BA, 2 years of MA. You turn up here, you speak English and you think that's enough. You have to submit an essay and you don't know how to write a bloody essay. The result is immense amount of frustration on the part of the student. And during that, about 20% of the students go back to India, or go somewhere else, or do another kind of work, factory worker or whatever. Now with that kind of casualty rate, some go mad. And during my year there were 3 students from Bengal who literally went crazy. They would lock themselves up in their rooms and never come out. All sorts of things happened in that time, as I'm sure must also happen from time to time now, except that the presence of the diaspora means that somewhere somebody is bound to be connected to you. Your food and other things are available, so you can go and talk to the butler there or whatever. That was absent in those days, 40, 50 years ago. So you had this India at your feet, music available, all sorts of things. Imagine a world without those things. And what would have happened? That happened. So that was Oxford. Let's now get back to the next few words, because I know that we have a reception. Let me just say 2 or 3 things, which I think are quite important, which came up in the course of discussion. Multiculturalism. I mean, I don't like the word for a variety of reasons, including its untranslatability in Indian languages, which I discovered, Rajiv, almost by accident last time when I was in India. I had written an article and somebody said, may I translate it into Gujarati? I said, do that. And then when he wrote it, he says, Bahu Sanskriti Vad, which means like shopping around many cultures, you go and pick up any. Now in English, multiculturalism has one meaning. Multiculturalism in English, when we use it ordinarily, we don't say there are this culture, no, this is your culture, that's not mine, that's yours. This kind of boxing, and then you pick and choose one of them. Translated into Gujarati or Hindi, same thing. Bahu Sanskriti Vad, which means this multiple cultures you choose from. So smorgasbord. That word is when the article was published with that kind of title, several readers wrote to me saying, Professor, you are driving the country crazy. You can't have Bahu Sanskriti Vad. There is only one Sanskriti, Bharatiya Sanskriti.
Yes.
the BJP crowd was after my blood. So the difficulties with the term itself. But that is neither here nor there. There are bigger difficulties. I'm working on that now, and hopefully I will finish it before long. how is the multicultural society of today different from the pluralist society of Furnival and others? How does it differ from the traditional Muslim societies in Turkish Empire, Ottoman Empire, where the emperor presided over a society full of various communities who were left alone to follow their own rules? Is it like that? No. What is distinctive about multicultural society? Step one. Step two. Multicultural societies meaning what? Multicultural. But what is culture? Is religion part of culture? Language part of culture? Ethnicity part of culture? So multicultural society can be multi-ethnic. So imagine a society where there is a multiplicity of religions, full stop. Cultures are the same. Is there any difference between multi-ethnic society and multi-religious society? Are there deeper differences? Some similarities are bound to be common because both are multi. But there are bound to be deeper differences by virtue of what it is a plural of. If there are multiple religions, the differences between them would be very striking because religion has a certain identity. If there are ethnicity, as in India, for example, you have ethnicity, you have religion, and there is society with this multiplicity. Does it handle them all in the same way? Or does it have multiple strategies for multiple multiculturalism, for multiple ethnicities? So take ethnicity in Northeast, ethnic groups divided. The rest of India, you have Muslims, Christians, and others. Provinces, linguistic reorganization, states. You have got at least 5 recognizable kinds of organized diversity. Multicultural, multi-what? You can't say India is multicultural, but only if you take culture into account. But India is multi-religious. And if you ask the BJP and other people, they quarrel about the words, then becomes very sharp, very acute. One reason why it becomes very acute is the ambiguity of the word culture. Now remember, in battle in India, you will ask BJP people or Hindutva wala more than BJP, what is the position of Muslims and Christians and others in India? And they would say, well, they are all converts. Oh yes, what does that mean? Their culture is the same. Oh, so their culture is the same as Hindu culture. Yes. So why do you say that? So therefore they will say, I remember a young man pointing out to me, so he said, Professor, India is not multicultural, it's multi-religious. But culture, we all have the same culture, Bharatiya culture. And once you accept the point that the non-Hindus were once Hindus, 3 generations, 4 generations, 5 generations ago, during Muslim period, during British period, then you are supposed to be sharing a common culture, in which case to define India as multicultural would be ridiculous. So how do you theorize a society like this? So all these points have to be taken into account before you even start using the word multicultural. Having sorted them out, you move to the next stage, multiculturalism. Now, ism invites the temptation to turn it into the same sort of thing as words like liberalism, capitalism, socialism, Marxism, communism. Whenever you want to turn an idea into a central focus of a way of thinking, you call it an ism. So liberty, liberalism, equality, egalitarianism. Multiculturalism, the temptation is that multicultural, so you describe society as multicultural, which is a fact. You turn it into a norm that its society not only is, should be. The diversity in a society is to be welcomed, is to be encouraged. That is multiculturalism, not just multicultural. And we have been talking about multiculturalism as if they were identical with multicultural. Because multiculturalism commits you to far more than multicultural. To say Britain is a multicultural society, I remember a rebuke I received. Said Britain is a multicultural society, and the Home Secretary at the time said, "No, Professor." I had said multiculturalism in British society. He said, "No, Britain is a multicultural society of whatever kind, but multiculturalism we don't accept. Because then you turn it into an ideology, into something we ought to imitate." Why? Multicultural, if it is a fact, we will fight a fact. We can do something about it. But if we turn it into a desirable state of affairs, multiculturalist, many people, and I discovered this when I was in this commission on the future of Britain. A lot of people, very sensible people, radical on this front, would say, we are happy to call Britain anything, but not multicultural. Because then he said, the second step enters the argument. Because you are multicultural, you must satisfy certain norms. Because that's what a multicultural society is. Which means you are entering a very different world. Why? Because if you say Britain is a multicultural society, what are you saying? That it's a good multicultural society. It must respect the minority cultures. See the step we are taking. By taking that first step, Britain is a multicultural society, you commit yourself to saying, therefore Britain should look after its multicultural minority. The best thing would be to say, look, Britain is not a multicultural society. And lots of people privately wrote to us in their correspondence saying, look, whatever your report is about, but don't make the stupid, dangerous, criminals, all kinds of words, mistake of calling Britain multicultural. Because that will be to deny our identity. Our identity is not multi. Our identity is a single Anglo of whatever culture we have. So you can see how before we even start thinking about multiculturalism, the number of hurdles we have to cross, and hurdles crossed successfully so that we are able to talk about multiculturalism meaningfully. So that's the first thing I wanted to draw to your attention. It's good to have had the discussion, but these are some important questions which we are to discuss. And the second point, and then I stop, is why are some of us, whether it is Shruti or Rajiv, or committed to or feel concerned about multicultural society? That is a good society. It is what we should aim at. That cultural diversity is a good thing. If somebody asks me what is multiculturalism, I would say it's a question about managing differences. It is about managing differences in a just way. Okay, so now the question is, if you are going to manage differences in a just, fair-minded way, how do you proceed? How do you do this kind of thing? And why do you want to retain a multicultural society? And in the course of discussion in the last session, but one, there was quite a lot of interesting material about how cultures, plurality of cultures, allow us to see the limitations of each of them, to draw out the resources of other cultures and enrich ourselves. So multiculturalism is a valuable thing, desirable thing, because it takes us beyond ourselves. We are no longer just prisoners of our cultures, but we have other cultures accessible to us. From their perspective, we are able to see our own, and in this way, it opens up a limitless intellectual horizon. Now just see the consequences of that. I encounter, and thanks to globalization, that's another big issue to discuss. The big forces of our age are several, but two most important are multiculturalism in one form everywhere, and globalization. And is globalization the enemy of multiculturalism because it flattens all cultures? Or does it encourage different cultures? And if it does, is it the case that there are different globalizations in different countries? Can you multiculturalize globalization? The Indian globalization with its tariffs and other things is different from the American one, from the British one. So the relation between globalization and multiculturalism becomes important. But more important is, when you see multicultural vision as opening up space for one culture to talk to another, what happens? Two things happen. At one level, multiculturalism simply seems to mean that you are a part of your culture and you say, look, I can be open to other cultures, but I don't want to waste time. Why does it bother me how the native people of America live? I have access to them thanks to multiculturalism, but I have no interest. So multiculturalism can work both ways. It's a limited world, confined to the world in which culture in which you have lived, as opposed to that limitless world where different cultures can constantly bump into each other, interact, and so on. So I think the multiple potentialities of multiculturalism also need to be explored. Well, I think on that front I should stop because I said a few words. If there is anything else you would like to, not asking me questions because you didn't ask questions to the earlier speakers. So that's broadly, and I think that for me, therefore, the work on multiculturalism has yet to begin. We haven't even started. We say it's all junk. I think Shruti, you mentioned that some people would say, look, no, I think it was Yasmin. This multiculturalism is dead and useless. And the question to us, to me, would be, look, before we even start telling me, can you give me a broadly agreed and agreeable definition of multiculturalism? And we'll waffle. And I would say, well, if you haven't got the first step, how am I going to cross the second? So we haven't even begun the discourse on multiculturalism. The points I was raising earlier, different kinds of multiculturalism, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-whatever. Is multicultural society, is India multicultural because all the converts have the same culture? The plethora of questions that arise. If you begin to realize the significance of those questions, one begins to see what an enormously challenging task waits before us. And those who are working in the field have a lot to explore in years to come. So, we are in business for the next 5 years. No need to back up. That's all.
Thank you.
And just two other things at a personal level, because I wanted to separate the academic part and the personal part. All of you have been extremely kind, and I was simply overwhelmed by the generosity and the spirit in which you talked about whatever way in which I might have influenced you. I don't think I have influenced anybody, not even my children. But for people to say that they have been shaped in some ways, Yasmin, Shruti, Faisal, all delightful friends, and I want very, very deeply to express my gratitude. There were occasions when I was listening and just wanted to walk out of the room. But without appearing rude, I stayed on. But they were very touching. And I want to thank you, Faisal, for making this possible. It's not often that one gets a treatment like this. So many thanks for the St. Anthony's College for organizing this. And thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much, BHIKHU. It is us who should be thanking you, and we shall continue to do so downstairs on the lawn where a reception awaits us.
Yeah. Now, before the reception, Nitin, wait. Please, David.
Yes, because it might be very little.
Now this, please, I think you made a mistake. Let them sit down. I made a mistake, I think. No, this is fine. Should I have done it here?
We've got it on camera.
Oh, no, let's meet in July, because they think.
Where is that?
Please.
I also need to talk to you, but I don't know if there's any. I told you yesterday. I was sure. I
Where is that one?
I'm going to go. Okay, so say hi to Ian and say hello and congratulations.
Yes. You deserve a glass of wine.
I really enjoyed that.
Did you?
I really did. And I will find a way to give you the book. Yeah, I really did enjoy that. It was very interesting too. Yeah, and it just goes to show that people who are generous and aren't confined by academic life can have a happy time. The story of Oakshott is just terrible. It's such a terrible story. Bye.
Bye. Where's that black bag?